backflipping out of the start gate. This place is erupting.
Saying hello to the new world champ, baby.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Freeride Fiesta that is the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. This, of course, is stop number 1 on the 2025 version of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. I'm Derek Foos. I am joined by former Freeride World Tour competitor Hadley Hammer. Hadley, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's been 10 years since I started in my first gate, and it's great to be back, see new faces, new places, but the freeride spirit is the same and alive and well.
Big time. The spirit is buzzing. We're here in Spain for the first stop, kicking off the year, of course, in this magical place. The people here so welcoming to the freeride community, and we have a brand new face here, the La Bamba face, deep in the Baqueira Beret Valley. This thing is badass. Yeah,
it really looks like a proper filming face.
Yeah, we've got the technical part at the top. We've got a bit of a freestyle part at the bottom. We've got a new crop of riders, some veterans, of course, the rookies. Everybody fired up. We were up here for face check yesterday, so the riders had a little bit of time, but we are on a compressed schedule. You know, we're pushing forward here to make sure we get the best possible snow conditions for this face. We've got so much going on here in Spain. The staff just working hard to make it happen. But if you're just joining us for the first time and you don't even know what you're looking at yet, take a look at what is the Freeride World Tour.
What is the Freeride World Tour? Since 1996, freeride competitions have been redefining limits of mountain sports. This year, the world's best freeriders come together to compete across 6 iconic destinations. The rules are simple. 1 start gate and 1 finish line. There are no practice runs. Riders scope the face from afar, relying solely on their imagination to draw the perfect line. Runs are judged on 5 criteria: line choice, control, technique, fluidity, and air and style. Jaw-dropping lines, massive drops, mind-blowing tricks. This is freeriding at its absolute limit. A test of human skill and creativity. 6 runs, 5 to qualify for the finals, and 1 champion. This is the Freeride World Tour.
That video says it all. This is Freeride. This is the championships. We're really excited to be here.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things that kind of dug into that I find really interesting, and I'd love to hear from you, Hadley, the visual inspection aspect of this. It's so difficult. The riders are standing across the valley from this face. They do not get to stand on any of those cliffs that they're hitting. And then when they're in the start gate, they just have to believe that they know what they're doing.
They have to believe they know what they're doing, and they also have to believe they know where they are. If you imagine looking at a face is a completely different angle than looking down. Cliffs looking across look different than looking from above. And I think this face is truly special because it's a new one. Everyone's really got to rely on their visual inspection skill sets.
Yeah, watching them draw lines on their phones or iPads and all that stuff, and then the transfer of that from this way to this way is such an incredible skill, and I think we got to give it the credit that it deserves because it's an unbelievably difficult thing to do. So the Freeride World Tour, we are traversing the globe across the planet. This year we have stops all over the place. 2025 season starting off here in Spain with the Baqueira Beret Pro, kicking things off with a bang on the La Bamba face, and then we move just across the border to Val Thorens in France, a brand new stop. This one's going to be exciting. It's huge terrain, and then right to my backyard, we're going to Golden, the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. We've got great snow in Golden so far, and then all the way across to way Eastern Europe for the Georgia Pro, brand new last year. Austria, the Fieberbrunn Pro, one of the oldest events on the tour, and always a showstopper. And then, of course, we finish finish at the grand finale, the Yeti Extreme Verbier. That has been running since 1995. It every year never fails to impress. But before we get to all of that, we have to get to this. Here's a look at the start gate. Drops off on both sides, a knife ridge at the top of La Bamba, Hadley.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it at breakfast this morning. These are freeride skiers, and some of them have those mountaineering skills and some do not. And just getting to the start gate alone can be quite terrifying, and is another skill set, again, that you have to build over time as a freeride athlete.
Watching some of the riders down at the heli drop point putting on their harnesses for the first time ever, yeah. Definitely some jangling nerves going on up there as they get ready. Yeah, the ridge walk up there is intense, super super narrow. So we have you know, an opportunity to dig into the face here. Hadley, take us through what goes on the La Bamba face and what it's all about.
Yeah, the La Bamba face is awesome. It's a new venue for the Freeride World Tour. We're talking like starting at 2,500 meters nearly, 500 meters down. That's about 1,500 feet of riding. They'll end up at the finish line right at 2,000 meters. That's a lot of skiing, a lot of leg burning. The venue's quite diverse. We've got some real steep start right out of the gate, about 53 degrees at its steepest, and then you have this little middle section where you can both catch your breath and get ready for some action at the bottom, where I think we'll see a little bit more free riding, freestyle. It's a great venue. It really reminds me a lot of the venues that we would film on in Alaska and Canada. It's got the diversity, it has the length. You know, you're testing the limits of your legs and your muscles on this one.
Yeah, anything and everything. The full package of skills is going to be required. You can see the riders there making their way across the ridge to the start gate. Snowboard Men, of course, will be dropping first, so they're the first ones traversing this thing. And the guides who put that boot pack in first, definitely some serious mountain skills required as we pull back on the first couple moves on this La Bamba face. Aimar Navarro, basically the king of freeride in Spain, was instrumental in getting us onto this face, finding it. He knows the Baqueira Beret Valley like the back of his hand. So putting this all together, Aimar was also a forerunner, so the Snowboard Men got to watch him, and all the field got to watch him ride this thing yesterday to get themselves fired up.
Yeah, and I mean, you really see it right off the start of the gate. It is steep. Very, very steep.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at the weather today. It is looking absolutely perfection for a freeride competition as we dig into our weather forecast for the day.
Blue skies here in Spain, which we love. It's not too cold, barely any wind, no snow, and so I think we'll have a really clear, great day. The riders will have pretty good light, but we'll definitely be racing it towards the end of the day, and you'll see the riders playing with the shadows and the sun lines.
3 out of 5 snowflakes there on the FWT snow scale. Basically, it's some compressed powder. We've had a bit of wind effect, a little bit of north wind, so it's moved it around. The snow conditions variable. There's some spots, especially at the top, where it's really quite good. You could see the spray coming off of the skis and boards of the forerunners. And then as we move into the belly and the bottom, it definitely changes.
Yeah, and I think today we'll really see riders who succeed are the ones that ski to these conditions, that they really adjust their riding and take advantage of these firmer landings, but are really smart with what they're doing.
Yeah, riding to the conditions is going to be the name of the game today. Sometimes it's powder, sometimes it's not, but these riders have to be versatile, and they have to be able to be creative in their versatility to handle what they're given. So we've got all the riders here, we've got all of us here, we've got all of you at home. Let's talk about what the riders are trying to do today. The FWT judging criteria. This is what the judges are looking at and what the judges are looking for. Number 1, line. That is essentially the difficulty of the line the riders choose down the face. There's no end to the creativity that they can use. Then, of course, the line means nothing without control and technique. The ultimate loss of control is a fall, but even the little bobbles, these judges are all experts in their field, and they're going to be looking for that technique. Are you carving your skis? Are you carving your board? Are you over top of the edges? Fluidity, that's speed, but not just speed, but speed in terrain. So relative to where you are you able to keep moving quickly? And then, of course, air and style. That one's pretty self-explanatory. The style in the air is everything, and these are some of the most stylish riders on the planet.
Yeah, and I really think since my time on the tour, this has been what we've really seen grow, especially in the women's field, which is awesome to see.
The skill sets are deep. And let's take a look at who is going to be judging these riders. We have our panel of esteemed judges, of course, Lolo Bess and Bertie Denervaux, the commissioner. We have Laurent Gauthier from Canada, and a brand new judge on the Freeride World Tour this year, winner of a Freeride World Tour event in Kicking Horse, Jacqueline Pollard, J. Paul out of Alta, Utah. This is going to be her first event judging, and Ariane Goulet, the sport director for IFSA, is going to be our video judge. This is basically the creme de la creme of the judging community. These people, they've all done it themselves. They know exactly what they're looking at, and they know exactly what they're looking for. So riders up top now getting final looks at their lines, tossing some snowballs, seeing what gravity's going to do. That's our defending champ there, Victor de la Rue. All the snowboarders ready. We are ready for a great show right here in Baqueira Beret. Snowboard Men kicking things off at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. The first category, Baqueira Beret, is the jewel of the Spanish freeride. The Freeride World Tour riders have absolutely fallen in love with this place, with the mountains, the culture, and of course, most of all, the fans. Super easy to get to from Toulouse and Barcelona. It should absolutely be on every skier and snowboarder's bucket list to come here to Baqueira Beret. See the riders. There's one of our rookies, Conrad Niven, looking down the face. He's going to be dropping first, kicking off the season, Hadley.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to be a rookie. First down the face, first to really start the show. And he's, yeah, as you see, he's the one to start it off. And right on his heels is Victor de la Rue, who's going for his fourth world title. But, you know, there's a lot of heavy hitters this year, and wrapping it up at the close to the end is Michael Mon, who, you know, he won twice this competition, and we'll see how he does on a new venue and with new competitors fresh in the field. It's going to be an exciting show to see.
So many heavy hitters. You know, I always wonder, like, you look at the field, any one of these riders has the capability to take the W on a day like this, but it just comes down to whose day is it? You know, who's put the homework in, who's got their head game right, who's sharpened their edges, you know, or waxed their board, or just is feeling it. You know, there's so many things that go into it. You've stood in that start gate. You kind of understand that process. I mean, talk about what these riders are feeling right now. There.
Yeah, they're really on the edge, and I think the key is, can you stay off the edge a little bit? Can you stay calm? Can you stay focused? You certainly want the energy and the butterflies, but I always felt like I did my best when it was this really content, good, strong feeling. You're not second guessing anything. You are confident in yourself, and you're confident in your day.
All right, well, we have the peak performance fun bet fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride, and Victor de la Rue has 84% of you feeling like he's going to be on the podium. Hard to bet against the three-time world champ. Liam Rivera, the young Swiss rider out of Verbier, picking up 47%. And our wild card this year, Cody Bramwell, with an equal 47%. Cody Bramwell getting the call up a little bit late, but absolutely stoked to be back in the mix on the Freeride World Tour Peak Performance Fun Bet. A great way to get involved, put a little skin in the game of the Freeride World Tour. and get a feeling of what the athletes are feeling as they are up top. We're looking here, Victor de la Rue putting the final touches on what he hopes to be another masterpiece of freeride. This guy just knows how to paint this canvas inside out.
He does. Will he keep that golden bib through the year? That's the big question. And I talked to him yesterday. He seems really excited and not putting too much pressure on himself, but he had a bit of a twinkle in his eye.
As he does. Victor he's just always so exciting to watch, but so is the rest of the snowboard men's field.
Yeah, and what's cool about the snowboard men's field is you have sort of these rookies that are fresh on the field, but then you have people like Jonathan Penfield, 8 seasons on the tour, and you always wonder how that works for you.
We have a look here at Victor de la Rue in Fieberbrunn last year, holding on by his fingernails. This was the run that made him world champion for the 3rd time. He knew it was a hot one, and he gets so excited when he puts down a run that he feels proud of. Definitely lives and breathes freeride, does Victor.
Yeah, he lives and breathes sport. That guy is never not up to some sort of adventure with his family, with his brother, with his friends.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty sporty family. Of course, his older brother Xavier de la Rue, a rock star, a god in the pantheon of freeride, and Victor's niece Mila, part of a 2-woman wrecking crew at the Nanda Freestyle Backcountry recently to throw down double backflips. Incredible skill set in that family. Love to watch it.
Yeah, he said he was a very proud uncle at that moment.
All right, well, we are getting set to kick things off here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Of course, Freeride World Tour starting in Spain for a number of years now. This year, unable to use the best of her face, so we went deep into the Baqueira Beret Valley to find La Bamba. This was a brand new face on the Freeride World Tour. Hadley, we were talking before about the leveling of the playing field from using this face. Nobody has archival footage to watch. It's a brand new kind of blank canvas for these riders.
That's kind of my favorite sort of show to see. I feel like the creativity has to be really sharp. You have to really know your visual inspection, and I think it'll be a nice, refreshing way to get the tour started.
Yeah, and we may see some moves that we didn't expect. We were able to connect with a lot of the riders during face check and got some ideas of some of the lines. But this thing is huge, and there's a lot of different directions you can take. There's multiple couloirs, both at the top and the bottom. There's a big set of wind lips that the forerunners were a little iffy about. They said the takeoffs are actually quite scoured, almost icy. And then part of the way down the landing, it got good. So you're going to have to boost if you want to catch it. But yeah, the creativity part of this, I think, is a really fascinating aspect that we're going to see unfold in front of us.
Yeah, and these riders, a lot of them have big dreams for becoming film stars, and this is the training ground for having a film career in freeride snowboarding and skiing. And so I think this is great. Great way to put your mark out there.
Yeah, it's fun seeing the transition of the riders, some going from filming to competing, some going from competing to filming, lots and lots of them doing both at the same time. It's a packed schedule for these top athletes on the planet at this sport, and all of them right now hyper-focused on this moment right here. Everybody's been training, lots of different conditions around the world that have led up to this. The riders riding in Whistler and the northern U.S. have been enjoying powder. Verbier's been seeing some great conditions. Riders from other spots having it a little bit tougher. So I wonder if the ones that have had powder are going to be maybe at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, their knees might be up for an awakening. But yeah, as you said, if you think about it, these riders have had 10 months since they've known that they're on the tour this year, 10 months to prep, but also 10 months to get nervous. So We'll see who controls that.
10 months of shady sleeps and butterflies and some heavy nerves as they've prepared for this. I talked to Nuria Castelon-Baron yesterday, and she described this as perfectly typical Pyrenees snow. So the Spanish home crowd, as well as our local neighbor, Joan Aracil from Andorra, they're feeling super comfortable in these conditions, and I can't wait to see them shred on home soil. But yeah, it's super exciting, and all of them, like you said, they've been dreaming about this moment, especially the rookies. We should talk about them because they've qualified on, via the Challenger last year, and all of a sudden now the dream is real, and they're starting to realize that the dream has some teeth.
Yeah, the dream has some teeth. And, for a lot of them, especially the North American riders, visual inspection is a new element for them, and that's a piece to unlock of this puzzle. But you could see the excitement in everyone yesterday once they sort of got comfortable with looking at the face and picking their lines.
Yeah, visual inspection is such an integral skill for this competition format. And they offered the riders the opportunity to move around a little bit in certain spots. So we have the judging spot, which is really important for them to look from, but then also, I think this is a look back at one of our forerunners here. Also, then they were able to hike across to an opposing ridge to get different views, because the more angles you can get, I think, on this, the better. I mean, you lived it being on the Freeride World Tour. How difficult is it to transition from looking at to looking down?
It's, especially on venues like this where there's no trees, there's not a lot of landmarks. If you imagine a cliff, obviously from our view, the view that you get at home, you see rock, but from on top, you only see snow and they just look like little mounds, and you're picking which mound am I on. And that is, it can be a complete challenge. So it's also good to think about knowing the whole face. So if you do make that mistake, you know where you are on the face, you know where you are on the mountain, and you're able to adjust on the fly. That
critical plan B you have to have in your pocket if you miss one feature. And that's the other piece of this, is you're never quite sure how fast you're going to be going after you land something. So you may have inspected 4 things in a row, and after you land the first one, the second and third go zooming by, and then you are quickly into plan B, C, and D as things go. But these riders are so good at it. It is definitely a daunting task for some of the rookies, particularly from Region 2, from North and South America, because they don't do visual inspection in their series. So coming onto this brand new face has an added level of intensity. Yeah, and as you said, it's not just about the airs, it's about your speed and your turns. And I remember my first comp thinking like, oh, I could make 4 turns in between there. And then you get on the face and that's 1 turn, and all of a sudden you're way further ahead. That air you wanted to hit is far in the rear view, and you're just going down for the ride. So it's a skill set all around that has to get refined over time. This aerial view we're getting of the face, Lola Bess, the commissioner of the FWT, telling the riders yesterday, you can see the whole upper section from the start, which is, I think, gave everybody a little bit of a sense of well-being, because those riders, you know, they've got this little bit of a time before we start, and if you're later in the field, you've got some time to actually watch other people doing the features that maybe you're planning on, or at least going near them. Gives them a bit of a sense of scale. But as you said, sometimes, and especially on the lower part of this venue, everything goes convex, which means it rolls away from you. You can't see it at all as you're approaching, so your landmarking has to be spot on. Yeah, it's really sometimes skiing by braille, and it's interesting, at the top you want to watch some riders, but some people I always chose not to watch. I wanted to stay in my zone, in my plan, not get affected by what other people are doing. It was really like, this is your day, this is how you stay in your headspace. So it's interesting to see what people are choosing to do. Yeah, lots of different options for strategy there. Yeah. You know, there's definitely some riders that will watch the entire live stream and see everything that everyone else is doing, and others that will kind of put themselves tucked away on the backside of the ridge, and they just want to focus on the plan that they've already made, and they know it's good, or they believe it's good. We'll find out if they actually knew, but I believe they do. These are the best riders on the planet on an absolutely gorgeous face, the La Bamba face here in the Baqueira Beret Valley in Spain for stop number 1 of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance in 2025. Yeah, just looking at that face makes me want to throw my skis on and go up there, like the flutiness of those couloirs. And I have a soft spot for hard pack, and I don't know, it looks pretty fun. Yeah, we're getting a look here over the back of the ridge that the start gate is sitting on. There's not a lot of space up there for the riders. We've got fixed ropes on both sides and a knife edge for them to strap into their boards and skis. Snowboard Men starting things off here, and we will be kicking off with a rookie, Conrad Niven. So excited to get things going here. This guy is just a bundle of energy. He's so frothy, and yeah, just pumped up to kick things off. You know, other riders might have kind of shrunk from the moment, but Conrad, there he is. That's our first look at our first competitor here as we get set to kick things off with Conrad Niven. He's a Kiwi, but he moved to Australia, then he moved to Whistler as a young man. Now he's living in Aspen, working as a snowboard instructor. This is his first year on the Freeride World Tour. This is his first drop-in on the Freeride World Tour. And we are set to kick things off in Baqueira with Conrad Niven on La Bamba.
Here we go. We've got him on his heel edge, which, you know, that can feel a little intense right out of the gate. You can see he's picking his way through that rocky top section and finding his first air as he heads towards that side of the face, finding a little bit of good snow and orienting himself on the face.
Yeah, Conrad now moving through the snow pretty good on that side as he moves from the sun to the shade, definitely feeling a change in the snow. And we've got a deep couloir here where we're going to lose them, but luckily the drone picking him up, and you can see it just gets narrower and narrower. Conrad rates himself highly on the technical board handling skills coming from his career as a snowboard instructor and handling the drop in the center of that couloir.
Yeah, and this is a great part of the face where I think riders can really reset. They get a chance to breathe, they get a chance to orient themselves and get ready to still give it all they can right to the finish.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have that both mental and physical reset. You know, after the steep part, it kind of mellows out a little bit. Conrad looking to get up as high as he can under this rock band. You can see the tracks from Aymar Navarro yesterday for running. He was able to get above that. Conrad, a regular foot rider, so he's on his heel side. As you see how convex this is, he can't see anything over that edge as he lines up his next feature.
Yeah, getting a few more points with some good airs, and this is where the terrain changes, and also the snow is changing quite a bit here. You had hard pack into a little bit of wind buff into a little bit of like nice powdery stuff. Oh no, this is what we were saying. This snow is really, really variable.
Conrad just catching his toe side edge there, and you can see a gap in the track where it flicked him up. And now he's just got to scooch over to the edge of the rollover. You can almost see the panic in his body language. He was feeling good. He was looking good there. So Conrad throwing his hands up, that's got to be so frustrating for him.
Yeah, what's great though this year, we've got 5 stops before the cut. You know, he's able to make up it on the next few competitions, and I got some good faith in him with his energy.
Yeah, he was riding well, and you know, it's so tough for a rookie to be the first one to drop out of the gate, and it is nice with 5 stops, as you said, Hadley, to have an opportunity to essentially throw one away. We saw it last year with Erin Sauvé. She ended up being world champion after a crash in the first event, so no problem there for Conrad Niven as he's going to make his way down the last final sections of the La Bamba face and just about through the finish arch there, and we are on now to the first top to bottom run.
There he is, yeah, and Conrad's also a whitewater rafting champion and captain, so he's got it all. You can go back up to the replay. You see he's really navigating well this top section. Again, it is super steep, a little bit peppered with rock, and you've got to be on it and also have some good control with your speed to not go into that middle part too hot.
Yeah, and you can see there on the judging bars, the technique score's high, and then this is where things just went a little bit squirrely. The board getting caught up in the crust. It looked like for a second he might have been able to hold on to it, but it's pretty unforgiving when the snow is that variable. You're in one kind of snow on 1 second, and then another one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Conrad just going over the front of his board and going down as we take a look at the line that he took down La Bamba. Packing it with features. Yeah,
lots of features and really straight fall line. If you dropped a cup of water on the top of that face, it'd probably fall right down where he went.
All right, so the judges now tabulating what they saw from Conrad against their criteria, 29.67. So zapping him on control for sure, which makes sense, and fluidity, of course, too. Losing that speed, he had to do all that hopping to get up and over the roll. So he's into the hot seat anyway. He looked a little skeptical about that one. As we are going to move back up to the top, and we go from rookie to pretty much the ultimate veteran. This next man out of the gate is your 3-time Freeride World Tour champion, lives in Val Thorens. I mean, basically, he's going to have the home court advantage at the next one. But Victor de la Rue never seems like he doesn't have the advantage. He's got the mental advantage, such a strong head game from this man, and he's so comfortable in the mountains. As you look at the start gate, this gives you a really good idea of how steep that pitch is right out of the start. So Victor setting himself up. If you haven't had the opportunity to watch his film project, Circle of Madness, that he did with Marcus Eder this year, it is absolutely bonkers. Victor de la Rue, he's the current and reigning world champion of freeride snowboarding, 6 seasons on the Freeride World Tour. Best ever results. Well, he's got a bunch of them, and they all are the #1. As Victor de la Rue getting his final look here. And the de la Rue name synonymous with freeride around the globe as we wait here for everyone to be ready. We got the drone in the air, we got the cameras on the ground. All eyes are on the world champ as he gets set to kick out of the gate.
Yeah, and again, he's regular rider, so he'll be on that heel side edge, which feels a little precarious, I think, when it's that steep. And we'll see where he goes. Is he going to follow that fall line, or is he going to try to be a little bit more creative and head riders left towards those other couloirs?
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of options. We've seen, well, we've seen one so far as we're anxiously awaiting the start of de la Rue's premier run. He's pulled way back, going for a border cross style start there and popping himself out of the gate. And he kind of nailed it, Hadley, going out riders right, straight out of the gate.
Yeah, and perfect on this top cliff, which, oh, you're going to come in with a lot of speed and heat. And you'll see he's really good at controlling that speed and shutting it down when he needs to, whitewashing himself a little bit and throwing his first trick of the day.
Yeah, Victor spinning right away, using that heel side edge to control the speed as he gets himself set and airing off that as well. So in the steepest part of the face, and you can see his board's getting bounced around. Victor de la Rue getting set for a toe side turn. He's going to stay heel side and pop off this long feature. So Victor already with 3 big features in and now just trying to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take him too long. Here's another trick, and already he's close to the bottom part of the features. He's doing quick work of this venue.
Oh, and flying over that roller. Victor de la Rue making short work of this face, absolutely cooking, as I think he was looking to get as much speed as he could. Yes, he is, to get up and over this rock band. So this is a section as of yet untapped for Victor de la Rue.
Yeah, and checking his takeoff. It's pretty rocky here. Let's see where he navigates through this section. Oh, he's got great. He really just puts the board where he wants it and commits to that line.
Yeah, and clearly knowing exactly where he's going, right off the nose of that one. Victor de la Rue now into the wind lips with a backflip, stomped. So Victor now catching another air. He is just stacking up the line score. Not a single section of this run has gone
marked.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's putting his mark on the canvas, and through the finish line, I think he's going to feel pretty good about that run.
Hosing the finish line cameraman there. Victor de la Rue, absolutely blazing trail down the La Bamba face, finding all kinds of airs. The judges talked about this before, that there are opportunities to do so many things along the way. You don't have to have a lot of dead spots as we look back at the replay.
Yeah, and you'll see it from right out of the gate. He is jumping. He's jumping everything. And again, you see that 6 years of experience. Nothing's going to be massive, but he's picking them all up as he goes along. And I think that's a really smart strategy.
Yeah, and it kind of looked like he was heel side sliding, but what you figure out after is he's actually getting direction to go to the next move, each one a little further left, right off the nose of that one, laying the tail of the board into the snow first to prevent any opportunity of a punch front from the nose going under, and then just pumping off, you know, feature after feature as he approached the finish line, and even catching this little bonus air right at the end. Yeah,
and it seemed like that variable snow for him was pretty good. He turned where he needed to turn and let the board ride when he didn't need to.
Yeah, ultra fall line. He had that crossover section to get himself up on top of the rocks for that cross through feature. It was hard to tell from the camera angle exactly where he was going. It looked like he was just heading towards doom. But Victor always knows where he's going, as he is posted up now in the finish and waiting for his scores. And the judges have had their say. The number going up, 83.33 for Victor de la Rue. The judges setting the bar there. It's that's a high score for this early in the comp, and you know you're getting to see now how tricky these snow conditions are. There were moments in there where even the 3-time world champion was looking like he was having to use every little bit of training that he's done to fight for that balance for Victor de la Rue. As we look back here at this huge backflip over the windlip, laid out perfect connection back with the snow.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a competition for experienced riders.
Yeah, for sure. The experience is going to pay off riding to the conditions, putting lines together that make sense given the classic Pyrenees snow conditions that we have right now. And we do jump lily pad to lily pad from experience to experience as the next man in the gate, Jonathan Penfield, another regular foot rider, second on the Freeride World Tour last year, taking the win at the Extreme Verbier. From the very summit, this man has been on the Freeride World Tour for 8 years. Second in Georgia last year, winning, and he's an enzyme engineer. He's one of the club of overachievers on the Freeride World Tour. Absolutely brilliant. On course and starting off with a 360, Hadley.
Oh, I love the tricks right out the gate. You know, this guy is a scientist and a technician, and you can see that with his riding. I think the steeper it gets, the gnarlier it gets, the better Jonathan's riding becomes.
So Jonathan over on the rider's right, similar side of the venue that we saw Conrad Niven go, but getting way higher up here on this north-facing wall as we see him into the shadow and cooking down. There is a skinny couloir with a mandatory air at the exit, with Jonathan Penfield handles with ease as he flies out onto the apron.
He's got great speed, great fluidity. I really like watching him ride. I think he knows when to turn it up and knows when to pull it back a little bit, and he's cooking through this middle section.
Yeah, after that air out of the couloir, he has not made a single turn, just railing that heel side edge to get as high as he can. You can see even higher than Victor de la Rue was able to get in that section. So Jonathan Penfield now has this lower section at his fingertips, as we can see the tracks from some previous riders. I think Aymar Navarro going over there twice in his 4 runs. Only one to get into this section. Now take a look down below him, how blind all of that is. Jonathan knows exactly where he's going.
Oh, this is so nice. I think he's going to pick his way through some really good sections and, again, build his score with just these little hits through the rock and through the shrubbery and wind that we can see there.
Yeah, as he pops out of that technical section and picking up a whole handful of speed into this wind lip section. Jonathan now into the zone where the snow gets a little funky. Heel side turn around this boulder-strewn field.
He is bringing in some speed for the finish line. And, you know, he's going in and out of these shadows, and that can also be a little bit intense for riders, but he is handling it quite well, straight into the finish.
And hands up for Jonathan Penfield as he is done and dusted with the Freeride World Tour stop #1 here in Baqueira Beret. The 3rd man out of the gate, Jonathan Penfield, recently picking up Canadian citizenship, so you can see the maple leaf flag on his shoulder as we look back here at the replay, Hadley.
Yeah, and as you remember, Victor hit a very similar air with no spin, and Jonathan right out with some great air and style out of the gates and taking advantage of that good snow at top.
Yeah, you really have to, and you can see here he knew kind of right where he was, popping into this tiny little chute and then flying out, or just bumping over a rock, but you know, they're tools, not jewels. Sometimes you just need to use them to protect your feet from those rocks, as John Powell now in the finish area and waiting for his score to drop.
Looking pretty happy. Let's see what his score comes out to.
All right, the score climbing 72.67 for Jonathan Penfield. I think maybe the difference maker there was Victor's run was stacked with features, and John, near the end, he had a really strong top and then not as many airs as we saw Victor have. So line score is king or queen, depending on which category we are in here. And I have a feeling that was maybe one of the main difference makers there for John Powell. So we are flying through the Baqueira Beret Pro here in Spain as we are making our way through the Snowboard Men's field. We're looking at La Bamba, the brand new face that Aymar Navarro helped us to find and secure here in the Baqueira Beret Valley. And we are making our way through the Snowboard Men. We go from Jonathan Penfield. The next man in the gate is going to be none other than the German rider, Timm Schöder. He is a man of the world. This guy is just a ball of energy, always having a blast, always just cackling with glee, riding out of Zillertal, 2 podiums last year, and 100% the winner of the person having the most fun at all times. Timm Schöder, an absolute weapon on a snowboard and such a strong rider, so much fun to watch. He's always got a really creative eye for line, and I cannot wait to see what he's picked out. We've seen, you know, 3 runs, 3 totally different takes on this face. Timmy's on course now.
Heading towards where Victor and Jonathan went. Oh my God, huge backflip. Right into that softer snow. Now he's controlling his board on his heel side edge and lining up one more air right away. Again, this top section, it's going to come quick, and you're going to want to hit as much as you can with the speed that you've got.
Well, that is a strong strategy, grabbing the judge's attention straight out of the start gate as he gets over onto this north-facing slope. We saw John Powell in here as well, and he's going to do that mandatory air out of the couloir, cooking out of there. Timm Schöder, another regular foot rider. Now he's putting his arms out in the classic screaming eagle of Xavier Delarue. He says he likes to use that to slow himself down, give himself a little bit of wind as he flies across this middle section. You know, we talked about this maybe being an opportunity for the riders to take a break, but I think at the speed Timmy's going right now, there's no rest.
Yeah, maybe he gets 1 or 2 breaths in there. And yeah, Timm's a rider that came through the junior development of these competitions, and I think he's got a lot of great experience to ride from that.
All right, putting that toe side edge to work as he's pointed himself towards one of these lower wind lips, popping off that one. These wind lips are tricky. The takeoffs are just pure ice, so the riders need to be set up with their direction. And I think it might be a little bit trickier on a snowboard to pull the takeoff on the ice like that. So opting out of the rest of the wind lips to head out riders left now on this lower section of the face.
Oh, picking up a nice feature there. Great little transfer. Perfect tranny at the end of that as he comes towards the finish line. Let's see how many more airs he can put in here.
Oh, getting a nice one there. Using the heel side edge of his board just to control direction at the last second before he takes off. And Timm Schöder
hands
through
out
the finish
into
line.
the finish.
He is hyped.
Hell yeah. That's a bit crusty there.
All right, let's take a look back here at Timm Schöder's run.
Yeah, right out the top, big backflip. This is really impressive way to start your run and make that mark. You can see he put his hands down a little bit. They could dock that a little for control, but he was moving down the hill fall line quite well his whole run.
Yeah, the judges digging the line. That line score bar jacked way up. I like that move, almost like a layback slash on a surfboard, just getting himself pointed correctly off the nose of that final feature. And then Timm Schöder bringing it home. Great technique, super strong line. Our Mammut line tracker here showing extreme fall line riding and that backflip right out of the gate. I have a feeling the judges are going to be digging that.
Yeah, now so far Victor's the only one that's kind of gone riders left.
All eyes. Wrong way. So you Dino.
Yeah, Timmy knows how to put on a show. He also produces a lot of films, correct?
He is a filmmaker. He is a snowboarder. He is a renaissance man of the people. And everyone loves hanging out with Timm. As we see Victor Delarue's score, Timm Schöder score up, almost touching it at 77.33. So Timm Schöder sliding himself into second place. A hug for the man sitting very comfortably in the hot seat. He's fairly used to that by now. Definitely a comfortable spot for Victor, but never comfortable. You can even see with the talent stacked up at the top of this. Yeah, and Victor loving Timm Schöder, as we all do. We're going back up to the top again. There are no rests at the Freeride World Tour, and this next man, Camille Armand, wild card back onto the Freeride World Tour. Started on the World Tour in 2021, and then in 2022, so close to the world title, battling it out with Cody Bramwell and Blake Kohler, who eventually became world champion. Camille on course now.
Yeah, Camille, you know, him and Victor are best friends, and I'm sure they, oh my God, look at this backflip. Perfect control from Camille. I really like his riding. You know, he's a great technician, great freestyler. He's living in Chamonix, so he knows his way around some steep terrain.
Yeah, and picking off the perfect kind of jewels of that upper section of the face, the big backflip, getting high on this wall for a frontside carve and moving down into the couloir. You can see the middle of this couloir, the part that Camille is in right now, is really crusty. So smart option there, airing out to the right and then just flying down onto the low face. Camille Armand, he is so strong, so technically proficient on the snowboard as he's motoring across this middle section of the face. As you get the aerial view, you can just see how big it is, how much ground they actually have to cover.
Yeah, it's a test of how well were they training this summer, like how strong are their legs. This is the first comp of the season, and you really are able to say, okay, I've done my job. I am ready for this tour. We'll see Camille, he's coming up to the first wind lip. Nice little straight air, staying in control, getting his way down to the bottom. Again, you'll see all this texture in the snow, and I think on a snowboard, you really got to play with that texture, know when to keep your board straight and when to put a turn in.
Yeah, and Camille Armand always knows where to put a turn in as he catches the piece of this. Clean, avoiding those rocks. I mean, completely blind those there, so you got to know exactly where you're going. And Camille Armand now on his toe side edge, moving across and looking like he's just going to avoid that field of broken dreams at the bottom where things can go wrong once you've had such a strong run. Coming into his bestie and travel buddy, Victor de la Rue. These two travel the world together and hang out together. All right, let's take a look back at this top section from Camille.
This is really strong riding, really good control with this flip as he comes into the sort of some pretty technical terrain that he needed to move into smoothly.
Yeah, it looked like the lip of that one might have been a touch steeper than he was expecting. You can see the board push up and over. And then the great reception from his good friend, Victor, Mammut line tracker. Again, another extremely fall line run.
I don't think so. Ah, que c'était glace en fait. C'est toujours plaisir de voir les gars.
Boys catching up as the judges get to work. This is definitely a solid run there from Camille Armand. That backflip at the top, just mind-blowing. I certainly wasn't expecting to see riders popping out of the gate and immediately, I mean, I guess I was, into the Freeride World Tour riders.
Yeah, you know, I think there's a lot of people ready to take that hot seat away from Victor, and maybe this will be the season that we see some really great competition and the riding levels being pushed.
Well, I would certainly back that. All right, here we go. The score dropping now for Camille Armand as it comes close, but not close enough. A 71, so Camille Armand into fourth there, just behind Timm Schöder and John Penfield. Big hug for Victor de la Rue as he fends off another very strong challenger for the Dina Star hot seat. So Camille Armand has wrapped up his day, and we slide right on back from veteran to rookie Tilden Wooley. Tilden riding out of Truckee Palisades snowboard team as a junior. This guy, I mean, he's just so excited to be here. He's so stoked to be on the Freeride World Tour. He got a silver at Junior World Championships years ago, and now Tilden Wooley is ready to kick off his Freeride World Tour career as Tilden is out of the gate and on La Bamba.
Yeah, this guy is snowboarding 100% of the time. That's what he lives for, and you can really see his energy on the tour as he makes his way to that far. Oh, this is exciting. He's really going high and taking what we hope is a chunk out of this big nosed feature, which is a pretty big one.
Yeah, big powder ramp on the way down, and Tilden throwing the 360 clean, popping out of that, gets on the heel side edge, and he is away and clean The rookie blowing our minds up here on the top of La Bamba face. That was unbelievable.
That was so nice. That was the feature I was thinking I would love to go there and really take advantage of this shade line where you're going to find a little bit more consistent snow even if you lack the light.
And Tilden using those rollers as little added bonus features as he's just flying now all the way across the La Bamba face on that heel side edge. Again, the riders, they're trying to get as much speed as they can on this section because you can see ahead of him what he's trying to get up and over, or maybe not actually trying to get below, but still need the speed to get up because that does rise a little bit and then it kind of bends around the corner. But Tilden having exactly the right amount of speed to get there fully in control of his board.
Fully, and you know, he spent his summer in South America snowboarding, and I think these are South American conditions, and he's gotten a lot of riding this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting some time in the judging pit as well down there in South America.
Oh,
and,
no.
Punching through that tricky snow and going over the front of his board. That's a heartbreaker for the rookie who had an absolutely fire run going. But Tilden Wooley definitely showing exactly why he belongs here. The man was overall champion on the Challenger Tour in Region 2 last year, so certainly capable of putting some banger runs together. And I hope that he can take the positive out of that because 90% of that run was exceptional.
Yeah, and I think he probably put a little fire under some of the other guys as well. That was some really, really strong riding.
Oh, over here. Thank you.
All right, well, let's take a look back, Kathleen. The top part of Tilden's run, absolutely mind-blowing.
Oh, look at that 3. I love that feature. It's big, and you also have to have a lot of control as you're obviously, again, as you see him, he's right into that rocky wall.
Yeah, and he managed to just tail press the board and fight the front end around in the right direction. And then we see him just come off this cornice feature, getting the grab, and the board just digs into the crust and absolutely spits him out.
Packed snow all around his face. What a heartbreaking ending.
Yeah, big smile on his face as he kind of locks eyes with Victor de la Rue. One of the things that Tilden was talking about was he was just so fired up to ride with his heroes, and Victor certainly being one of those guys. And I think, you know, as you said, kind of lighting a fire under some of the more veteran riders. So yeah, big hit there in control from our video judge. Fluidity definitely down a bit too. Air and style maxing though, and for sure that back 3 up at the top. That was a statement from the young rookie that he is not here to mess around. He is looking for victories on the Freeride World Tour. It's not going to be today though, with a 46.33 for Tilden Wooley. Great run all around.
Great run. I'm really excited to see what he does the rest of the season.
Sick. Yeah. That was dope.
It was harder than I thought.
Yeah, you know, they said it was like okay at the top. Didn't really feel that way.
All right, well, we're hearing the riders comparing notes there about the snow conditions here on La Bamba as we are moving back up to the top. And the next man out of the gate is going to be Rémi Benamo, the Swiss Dynamo. Rémi was the champion, sorry, the second place finisher in the Challenger Series in Region 2. Rémi coming out of Zival. Freeride is inside him. He said there's nothing else he even could do. As Rémi Benamo now, the Swiss rider, out of the gate onto his toe side edge and going way over to the rider's left.
Yeah, I was with him when he first got out of the helicopter, first looked at this face, and he had a lot of excitement in his eyes and didn't seem as nervous as you would expect out of a rookie coming onto a brand new face, brand new tour. You know, I think this was his childhood dream to qualify for the tour, and here he is.
Rémi playing with the knife edge here way up top, and you can see how aggressively it drops away both underneath him and on the other side.
Moving his, well, really, really nice riding through some pepper and some great speed control coming out of this couloir.
Yeah, using the heel side edge there just to slow himself down as now he gets toe side. Rémi moving across, the first goofy foot rider of the day. So depending on where you're going, that can work to your advantage or it can work against you, as Rémi coming into this peppery section and just doubling out of it. Full throttle now for the Swiss rider.
That's the first person we've seen ride through this section. Really nice, really makes use of shortening, I think, that middle longer section.
Yeah, shortening it by just going 1,000 miles an hour as Rémi now cooking into the middle of the La Bamba face. Just a tiny speck on this giant mountain. He's got to make his way through the rocky maze of convex rollovers. Lock in on where he is. Rémi, no stranger to being in big mountains. As we see him coming into the windlip, laying out a backflip, connecting, popping to switch a little bit, just a little extra style for the fans at home.
Yeah, I think he's a really versatile rider. He's got that technical riding, but also a solid bag of tricks.
Another windlip here. That one has a pretty short landing, and you can see there's a bunch of rocks in it. So opting to head out to the left, pop another air here. This is where the riders need to be very careful on their boards to keep things going properly. We've seen a couple athletes getting caught up in the snow. Rémi popping another 360, so really bringing the style game into this run for the Swiss rider Rémi Benamo, and he is clean through the finish. We don't want to give him the commentator's jinx by calling anything too soon.
What a nice run. He should feel really proud and happy for his first run on the Freeride World Tour.
All right, Hadley, run us through this replay as Rémi getting right into it out of the top.
I mean, this is some technical work that he did at the top, making his way through, not catching any sharks, controlling that speed in the steep section. Again, it got up to 50 degrees at the top. And then it's really fun. You see him riding, I think because of this goofy riding, he's into a brand new section, which creates a ton of heat and energy. I think we could be running the live stream off of what he's producing in speed and power here.
So goofy is goofy foot. That's right foot forward on your snowboard. Many riders with a different stance, and that backflip laid out, grabbing the edge, popping around to switch for a second to control, and then bringing himself right back into the flow. Beautiful back three there off the cornice. So Rémi Benamo really bringing the style onto the La Bamba face. As you can see, a little zigzag there, but that was necessary to get him into that big double in the middle in that peppery section.
Je pense pas, j'ai une petite erreur. Merci à tout le monde.
Thank you to the world. That's a very kind statement there. Victor Delarue holding on to his spot in the hot seat.
Vive les Pyrénées!
Vive la Suisse!
Oh, we've got a battle of the Vivas here as the judges get to work on Rémi's run. So they have their 5 criteria that they are matching the riders' lines and riding up against. As we see now, the score of Victor, that is the score to beat. And Rémi not quite up there, 71.67. I think the line score of Victor Delarue is what's holding him in that hot seat. He hit so many more features than the other riders that we've seen, and that is part of what it takes here on the Freeride World Tour to put a solid score together.
Yeah, and I think it's always interesting, too, when you're the only rider to go on the line that you pick.
All right, so the current standings right now, we've got Victor Delarue sitting at the top spot, Timm Schöder holding down second, and John Penfield rounding out the current podium, but we are nowhere near finished with Snowboard Men. Still a stack of extremely talented and hungry riders looking to knock Victor off the top spot. But man, they're gonna have to pack their runs if they want to do it. As we go back to the top, Cody Bramwell, the British rider, got the wild card this year. He's from Ore-Sweep, but also lives in Greece, in Ios, and running that super cool sports agency with his parents. Cody Bramwell in a razor-sharp race for the world title back in 2022, and he is back on the Freeride World Tour.
He said he's feeling really strong this year, and I think we're going to get some solid riding right off the top. Great speed control, little powder shot to the face for him as he finds his way down the mountain.
Cody cooking with the huge transfer, and just not quite able to hold on. A little bit of a hand check there, front plant, if you will, or front slap. And Cody picking up another feature there as he was in and out of that top section faster than anyone else so far.
Quick work of that top section, really riding with full speed ahead.
Yeah, Cody's always got an eye for those transfer gaps. You always see him finding features and ways of using the terrain that other riders don't even see. You can see there on that little rollover on the back of the windlip, doesn't even leave a track, as Cody's now picking up a big handful of speed with a double backflip and not quite able to hold on. Cody Bramwell putting it on the line here as he threw a huge double backflip on that windlip. He's okay though, he's up and riding away.
This man does nothing slow and nothing small. Really, really big air time and really, really great riding. And I think the key for him for the rest of the season will be just putting it to his feet.
Well, if he can put one of those runs down, that is going to be a hard one to beat. Cody Bramwell, the huge transfer with the 360, a double backflip in these conditions is just, I mean, that is a statement of what he's here to do. No messing around for Cody Bramwell as he's into the finish. Big grin on his face. He knows he went for it there. That's a run to be proud of.
Yeah, it's the first comp. It's always a gamble. Are you going to go out big or go out conservative? And we know which one he chose.
Yeah, have a look here at the top section of Cody Bramwell's run.
I mean, you see he just puts his board towards fall line and follows it. Huge airs and just not able to hold on.
Yeah, maybe the slightest bit of over rotation there. And I think if he was in the fall line, he would have been all right. Look how laid out he is on that first half of the flip and then just coming down. I think the landing too hard and maybe a little too flat as he pulls for the second one. Yeah, and just goes over front ways. That's a rough ride there for Cody Bramwell.
He might be hitting the Theraguns later in the day this evening to recover.
But definitely a statement of intent from the British rider, Cody Bramwell. He is looking to make a big splash here on the Freeride World Tour. No half-ass runs for this man. Well, he's not even going to wait for his score. I have a feeling he knows that that's not going to be a contender to knock Victor de la Rue out of the hot seat. Cody Bramwell definitely going to get dinged on control on that one, but he definitely oh, he's coming back. I think he got told. All right, Cody Bramwell hopefully hasn't split his lip there. The score coming in for Cody, 38-3-3. So there'll be some solid line score, and definitely Aaron's style will be high, 38-3-3. So Cody Bramwell just having a little catch up with Victor as they trade stories about their experiences on La Bamba. So no change there. Conrad Niven and Cody with some pretty big crashes. Tilden Wooley as well on another hot run. And then Camille Armand and up. Those were all stuck runs as we move on through the snowboard men's field. This is the who's who of Freeride World Tour snowboarding. The next guy in the gate, young rider out of Switzerland, of course, Liam Rivera. Liam, riding out of Verbier, came onto the tour in 2023. Last year, a very solid year, third, second. He looks up so much to Victor de la Rue and lists Victor and Travis Rice as kind of his heroes. So getting to compete on this stage with one of your all-time heroes, you know, the guy you had posters on the wall of when you were a kid, it's so cool. So now out of the gate and ready to kick things off, Liam Rivera.
Dropping in heel side, let's see what he does with this top section. We've got great little transfer, 360, controlling that speed again. Oh, not able to do it fully, but he's already on his way, setting himself up for this next air.
Yeah, little checkup for Liam as he moves through the upper section now, picking up speed on this north-facing aspect. The going in and out of the shade is definitely tricky for the rider's vision, being able to see as he gets up on top of this big feature, slash turn, throwing the snow down, and now just trying to stay out of that gully, popping a big shifty over the worst part of the snow there, and now flying out onto the apron.
This guy knows his way around a podium, and I think he's definitely one to really watch this season. He's got great technique, great style, great solid riding. Let's see what he does with the bottom of the venue.
Yeah, Liam taking his first win on the tour back in Kicking Horse in 2023. And moving down this this tricky section. You can see the gaps in the tracks there from the riders as he's just using those slight rises in the terrain to give himself a little bit of air. And then some of those sections, like the one he just made that heel side turn on, it's just absolute pure ice. So Liam now picking up a bit of speed into this windlip.
Perfect backflip, perfect landing. This guy's got really, really great technique, and we're gonna...
Liam's one of the riders that have taken a page out of the Marcus Goguen book and hit the gym hard. I saw him the first day there popping a front three. So Liam Rivera adding to the air and style category, but he looked like he had gained about 15 pounds of solid muscle, and you love to see these riders. They take their training so seriously, and it's definitely worked for Liam Rivera, as he is through a little blemish up at the top, but the rest of the run absolutely blazing there for the Verbier rider.
Oh putain!
All right, Hadley, take us through the run here of Liam Rivera.
Yeah, Liam Rivera, he made his way through some pretty tricky snow quite well. I think where we see a little bit of dockage is probably going to be at the top, but great style, great solid landings, 360 at the bottom.
Yeah, and that front side three so tough because you go blind for the back half of it, so you can't see your landing. And then this backflip was executed to perfection. And you can see the run out after that is so tricky for Liam, as he gets right off the nose of this one and then powers his board down to the finish. When, you know, as an athlete, when you get that finish arch in sight, you got to really stay focused in those moments.
Yeah, you can't let up until you are fully finished. And yeah, again, as you said, he's been in the gym, and you can see that particularly with his landings.
All right, score coming in for Liam Rivera, 66 even. So Liam sliding into 6th. The judges definitely giving him a pretty aggressive ding on control there for that mistake up top. So 66 points for Liam Rivera.
66. 66.
Oh, he's just catching up with the score. So good that Victor's there to let him know where he's sitting. Victor de la Rue still holding down the top spot. Timm Schöder, John Penfield. That's your top 3 so far in Snowboard Men right here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, as we are moving on through the field. Enzo Nilo, the next man in the gate from the Trois Vallées. He was on the World Tour in 2023, and he is back, and he is all in. Enzo Nilo never holds back on these faces as he drops in to kick off his Baqueira Beret campaign.
Perfect 360 at the top, perfect control of speed. You see him heading towards Victor's line choice, and let's see what he does as he makes his way through. Another great 360.
All right, so Enzo is riding in a similar area that we saw Victor. You could see him actually go past one of those features that Victor took on as he now gets up onto this wall, flying over that one. So very similar. These guys travel together and hang out together, so they obviously scope together as well. Another 360, so Enzo just putting the needle down on the air and style category as he is motoring through, using that rise as another feature. Big gap in the tracks there now for Enzo Nilo as he comes into the middle section.
You know, he said his first year on the tour, he was giving a wild card 1 week before the season, and this year he's feeling much more prepared, excited to be back, and excited to have a new mindset coming into this competition. We can see it paying off really well with his run.
Yeah, big time. Taking the win on the Challenger Tour in 2024, earning his spot here onto the Freeride World Tour as Enzo locking down another 360.
This guy cannot stop spinning.
Spinning like a top. Enzo Nilo coming into this win feature with a backflip, connects on that one. This is a hot run for Enzo Nilo as he is not done yet. This is definitely going well for Enzo, but we don't want to take a breath as he adds another air at the bottom and nashing his run. A huge run for the French rider out of Trois Vallées.
Tellement à l'arrache. Tellement à l'arrache. Ah, quel cuisson! Je suis passé au beignet. Ah, c'était trop dur à rider.
What a passion running hot there for Enzo. Hadley, let's look back at this unbelievable run.
I mean, if it's not clear from right at the start, this guy likes to spin, and what's really nice too is his control and technique afterwards.
Yeah, using that little wind feature to pop himself around again, keeping it moving, always in the direction of his next feature. Back 3 over that. Almost looked like he had a little nose tap on the rocks, just adding another extra piece of difficulty right off the nose there. And then you can see finish arch inside, toe side carve around those little rocks. And man, was he fired up when he came through the finish line. That was a great run from Enzo Nilo as we look at this Mammut line tracker. Extremely direct fall line riding. with tricks, just ticking the boxes there of the judges' criteria.
Un œil pas Timm Schöder, ça.
I put you first.
Let's see, maybe not enough to beat the 3-time world champ. J'ai assuré.
Assuré.
Ah mec, les 3-6, j'avais mal aux jambes.
Faut faire un peu de muscu, mon gars.
Putain, c'est long.
Well, if you understand French, a little ribbing there from Victor Delarue.
Yeah, he said it was long, a little hard, and his knees are a little sore, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, Victor said you should go to the gym more. So they're good friends, a little banter.
Horrible. En ski, ça va, mais en snow, faut mec. Et plus de jambes, ouais, j'ai plaqué un run. C'est bien. Mais un run moiseau, quoi.
So Enzo's so happy to put down a clean run here on the Freeride World Tour. He's definitely, you know, evolved as a rider since his first appearance on the tour.
Muscu, mon gars.
Allez là. C'est long. Je vais te guillotiner, toi. Couper la gorge.
All right, well, Victor has him in first, but we will see what the judges think. They are getting to work, and they're taking their time. They want to make sure they get this exactly right. Locking in on the criteria. There they are. That is our panel of Freeride World Tour judges. We got Laurent Gauthier, we got Lola Bess, Bertie Denavo, and our brand new judge this year, Jacqueline Pollard, all comparing the criteria to what they just saw. Enzo definitely ticking the boxes. Air and style through the roof for sure.
Yeah, that guy had more rotations than a helicopter on that run.
For sure, yeah, he was flying, good speed, solid line.
Diane, je t'aime.
So now.
Oh là là. Et ouais, hein, ma femme. Hein.
Oh, a little shout out to his girlfriend who he loves.
Well, anxious moments for all.
Tu peux annoncer le bébé, là, vas-y.
Non, pas encore. C'est un secret. Faut pas annoncer ça après les 3 mois.
Ah oui,
mec, c'est abusé là. C'est qui deuxième et tout?
C'est Stringer.
Stringer.
Et t'as combien de points toi?
97.
Oh, the nerves and excitement for both of these men. One in the hot seat, one hoping he's going to take the hot seat from his really good friend.
Quand ils attendent comme ça, c'est jamais bon.
C'est le premier ou dernier? Ils savent pas.
First or last.
Oh, it's not good for us.
Allez, viens voir là, on va ensemble.
Bon, allez là. Il va falloir te dégager de ce hot seat.
So Enzo feeling like this long wait is not a good sign for him and his score.
Ouais.
Mettez-nous tous les deux.
Igual. One and one.
Well, now they're hoping for a tie. All right, I like this is friendship, freeride friendship at its finest. Enzo Nilo and Victor Delarue, they're sitting in the hot seat together. These are the people that have the decision in their hands. The boys getting comfy there. The Baqueira Beret Pro. The bromance alive and well. The French team.
Toi, t'étais peut-être moins à l'arrache. Mais 3-6 moiseaux. Tu sais, en l'air quand t'es là, oh là là, ça c'est nul. Hein. Ça c'est nul. Hein. Désolé, hein, mais bon.
He's feeling the stress. Stressful time for both of these guys. You're sitting in the hot seat waiting to see if your friend knocked you out. And for Enzo, you know, on his first appearance on the tour, not so many stomped runs. So I think even just having that, I mean, that's going to be a huge confidence boost going forward.
Marcus, pas de bêtises, hein. Et Gary, tu dors cette nuit.
I think this is a tricky one for the judges to see. You know, really similar line, but Enzo spinning left, spinning right.
C'est comme le bébé.
He's like Victor's baby.
Vas-y, c'est abusé là. Je te dis, moi.
Mettez-nous ensemble.
Oh, we see again here at the top. I mean, it was just such a strong start for Enzo Nilo, grabbing the judges' attention. Didn't even put a hand down there, got on that heel side edge, controlling things, had to slow it down. We saw Victor doing the exact same thing on his run, using that heel side edge, but then Enzo popping that 360 right out of it. Showing so much board control to be able to go from kind of wild, like, you know, arms are moving around. All right, here we go. The score is coming in. It is a 71-3-3 for Enzo Nilo. So he is into 5th for Enzo. A big hug from the other compatriot there, the 3 French male snowboarders traveling together, riding together, and having a blast together. So Enzo sliding just in front of his good friend Camille Armand with a 71-3-3. Rémi Benamo still holding on to 4th, and the top 3 remains unchanged. John Penfield, Timm Schöder, and Victor Delarue on the top. Wow. Exciting moments here at the Freeride World Tour. We go back up to Michael Mon. He has won in Spain twice, living in Denver now, and he loves it here. Is the 3-peat on the cards for Michael Mon, goofy foot rider, pushing out of the gate.
As you said, Michael Mon, goofy foot rider, he's setting up again this top air. Huge, huge air, great control coming out of here. A little whitewashed, a little bit of a ding at the top there as he makes his way down into his second feature.
Yeah, back 3 right out of the gate. Michael Mon flipping 180, popping out of the powder cloud back to to his goofy foot stance, which means right foot forward now. Michael Mon coming into this low couloir, gonna look to get up onto the right wall, flying over the mandatory air there and pinned out the bottom. So a little bit of a struggle up top for Michael Mon with that 360. Such a challenging move. I think exceptionally challenging for a goofy foot rider.
I think so. And you know, Michael Mon had the target on his back. He won the last 2 stops here, and I think the pressure was on.
Yeah, he was definitely feeling it as he was scoping the line. As we look for Michael Mon on this enormous La Bamba face. There he is, popping back into our sight on this low-hanging central couloir, popping another back 3 there. So Michael Mon picking things up. Big slash. Oh, I love that, slashing and then flying off the nose of the cliff. So Michael Mon looking to kind of put some of the pieces back together for the lower section of this run.
He's got 5 years experience on the tour here, and I think he knows how to really recover from that top section and still continue to build his line score.
Well, that's it. You know, with a mistake at the top but a solid bottom, you can still put together a reasonable score and a reasonable finish when we're going 5 events before the cut.
That was so icy. I couldn't even hold an edge. It was so icy.
All right, looking back here at this top feature for Michael Mon. Yeah, goofy foot, such a struggle.
But great, great 360. A little bit of a hand down here and just kicked a little bit by the snow there at the top.
Yeah, the moment he landed in that bomb hole, it looked like he was just fighting for balance, trying to recover. And that one, I mean, he got to the edge of that one, looked like his board was bouncing on rocks, and then finally just had to press the nose down to take off.
But again, like you said, he's a rider that's able to recover, and you see on this bottom section, he returns to his good, strong technical riding.
Yeah, and I love that move. Slash turn on the blade and then releasing the edge to just fly right over the nose of that cliff. Big swerve in the middle of that one. If you go out riders right at the beginning, you kind of have to do that at the end because the far riders right at the bottom of La Bamba is not so nice in the snow. That's seen some wind. So Michael Mon's score coming in at a 59.67. That's going to be good enough for 8th so far for the 2-time champion of the Baqueira Beret Pro. It will not be a three-peat. And Victor Delarue up to his old tricks, sitting in the hot seat for nearly the entire category, dropping 2nd. And he has fended off all the challengers, bar one. There's only one person left in the gate. The last man standing in the snowboard men's field, none other than Holden Samuels, another goofy foot rider.
Super athletic guy, and I think these are conditions. He's from Big Sky, and these are sort of Big Sky conditions. Steep, technical, a little bit rocky at the top.
Totally. He was saying that riding at Big Sky was great training for the Freeride World Tour. Coming out of Moonlight Basin as a young boy, absolute shredder. Holden Samuels has big eyes. He wants to win the Freeride World Tour. Season number 3 kicking off, and you can hear the sound his board's making out of the start after a number of people have tracked that section.
Taking the first air, keeping his speed in control, and using the last bit of that powder up there to maintain his speed. You'll see him in and out of this shadowy section, moving quite smoothly.
Yeah, I like that approach. He took that a little bit more riders left and gave himself a better chance as he's way up on the wall here. We saw John Penfield playing out here, and he has found himself 2 features to exit that couloir, but bouncing off the heel side and just putting his butt down there. Holden Samuels, I mean, this is just an indication of how tricky the conditions are in that couloir, even on the exit.
Yeah, he said he grew up following his older brother Chase, who's a freeride skier, and that really, you can see it in his line choices. He's looking at stuff a little bit different. When you're chasing a skier all the time versus chasing a snowboarder, it's another way to play with the mountains.
Yeah, it's super cool, and you see it go both ways. Skiers that ride with snowboarders, it affects their style. Snowboarders that ride with skiers affects their style as well. As Holden Samuels now behind this big piece of terrain, just popping back into our sight. We've seen a few riders on this section. I like that fall line approach to that, making sure you actually pick up the direction of the transition. And Holden now on his front side, toe side edge, another goofy foot rider. So the goofy footers, I think, enjoying this side of the face a bit, off the cornice, in and out of the shadow, and Holden Samuels picking up speed.
He's making his way towards the bottom section. You know, he's been up there the longest of all these guys, and I think he's probably eager to get to the finish with this last drop.
Yeah, and stomping that one. That's the first track we've seen off that bottom air. I was wondering if that was going to see a lot of traffic, but in Snowboard Men, only one. Holden Samuels.
As that last rider, you really have to think, I'm looking for some fresh snow and some fresh landings.
Well, that says it all there. A super strong run, but a little bit of a bobble up top. This approach he took on this one, Hadley, I really liked.
Yeah, you know, he adjusted his speed again to the conditions and his riding order.
White rooming himself in that powder. That's kind of where the best snow on the face is. And then I love this, way up on the wall, getting that air into the couloir and then just pointing it out. And yeah, unfortunately, the landing of that one is very, well, tricky, I guess. Variable snow on the La Bamba face, but a quick recovery, not a big knock on fluidity as Holden Samuels keeps it going. And I really like this bottom air.
Yeah, you can tell he spent some good time in the gym this summer. Perfect stomps.
Yeah, every one of those squats paid off. All right, well, score dropping for Holden Samuels. It's going to be a 61-67, so that will move Holden into 8th, and that is going to solidify the rankings for Snowboard Men. Holden Samuels with the thumbs up there. We know this man is capable of a win, and this man certainly is just right back to where he left off. Victor de la Rue taking the win for Snowboard Men at the Baqueira Beret Pro. What a show we saw from Snowboard Men there as we take a look at our standings from today.
We've got the champ, Victor de la Rue, sitting in #1. Timm Schöder right behind him, and Jonathan Penfield, the technician, enzyme scientist, in 3rd place.
Yeah, so experience winning the day. All 3 of those riders, no strangers to the Freeride World Tour, and showing that riding to the conditions but still keeping the throttle wide open was the name of the game today. A solid showing for all 3 men, and that is going to be the podium today. Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, bringing us home here as a big smile from the champ. He's looking for 4. Definitely a statement as we see here the 3 men standing at the top.
I mean, that's a really nice way to start the season. 1, 2, and 3.
Pyrénées libres. Allez les Pyrénées! Bam, 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 bam. Way to survive this.
Pyrénées.
Next time with some good snow.
We promise. 30 centimeters next time.
Bye.
Victor, making promises for next time. So now we look at the overall standings on the FWT for 2025. Victor de la Rue. It looks an awful lot like the results sheet we just saw. Victor de la Rue sitting in first with 10,000 points. Timm Schöder in second. Jonathan Penfield in third. Rémi Benamo and Enzo Nilo rounding out your top 5 in the overall standings. You can see the fuzzy line there. That's the cut line. Welcome back to the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. We just wrapped up our snowboard men's category. I'm Derek Fruce here with Hadley Hammer, and we are ready to go now for ski men. We have the who's who up there on the summit, ready to kick things off as we take a look at who's going to be dropping in today for the ski men.
Just like the snowboard men, we have a rookie, Virgile Didier. Start number 1 out of the gate, out of Chamonix, and then after that, heavy hitter after heavy hitter, and we've got those veterans, Kristofer Turdell finishing it up, his buddy Carl Eriksson rounding it off. It's a list of greatness, and then Maxime Chabloz will be finalizing our ski men.
Yeah, Chabloz was actually really psyched to be dropping last, to be able to watch the other riders from the top, see what's working, see what maybe, if anything, isn't working. Sometimes going first is an advantage, sometimes going last is an advantage. I think a great advantage is being really happy with wherever you're dropping, because that's the one thing you can't change.
Yeah, you've got to do the best with what you've got and be really able to be versatile, flexible, go with the flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Go with the flow. So we saw the snowboard men put on a show. The ski men, the next category out of the gate, we have an electric mix here of rookies and veterans. We were talking a little bit before about how the veterans might have a little bit of an advantage. Let's see what you thought. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. Marcus Gauguin getting a huge nod of confidence from the fans. 70% of you feeling like he's going to land on the podium. Maxime Chabloz, the 2022 world champ, with 36%. And the local, the single event wildcard, Abel Moga, with 33% of you feeling that he is going to find himself onto the podium. That is Fantasy Freeride. You get to log on and have your say on who you think is going to do well. A Peak Performance kit available at the end of the year for the overall Peak Performance Fun Bet winner. As we are getting set to kick things off here, Virgile Didier, the Scot rider, he's out of Chamonix, France. He credits his coach, Kevin Goury, for getting him into the sport and for keeping him motivated and focused. And, you know, fun fact about Virgile, he says he's got a leg that's 1 centimeter longer than the other leg. So we'll see if we can pick it out, which turn looks a little bit longer. Virgile Didier getting ready to kick things off. And for the second category in a row, we have a rookie starting things off. The first one of ski men. Ready to go, Virgile Didier.
Straight right away into this steep 53-degree top section as he makes his way. Beautiful little stylish transfer, and into the Nar, this triple stage cliff right at the top, losing a little bit of control in the outrun, but able to pull it back together.
Wow, Virgile really kicking things off with a bang, jumping over that ledge. The snow hanging on by a thread to the rocks as Virgile now moving even further out to the rider's left and finding another feature, making it almost into a double here as Virgile now into a tuck, looking to pick up as much speed as he can for the lower section of this. If he's trying to get up high onto the face, you need every ounce of speed you can get.
You know, he said his two big legends are Ted Ligety and Kai Peterson. He really respects those racers, and you can see it in his skiing technique and obviously tucking.
Yeah, Ted Ligety and Kai Peterson.
What a combination. And this guy, similar to his other French riders, he's really making his way on that skier's left-hand side.
Yeah, putting together a handful of features, flying over the wind lip. You can see the exposure that he's above. So really important that Virgile did his homework to know where he's going as he's moving now down even past the couloir. As Virgile Didier, you can see from the drone angle, nothing but cliffs below him as he is looking to bite off a big chunk of that, and he lands it perfectly. The French rider absolutely slamming the door shut on that run. A huge effort from the rookie. What a great way to get ski men started.
Really smart, really creative, really technical riding.
C'est pas évident, hein, oh. Putain, j'ai raté le pied droit là-haut.
All right, well, Hadley, let's take a look at the top section of Virgile's run.
You can see his versatility as a rider with this multi-stage cliff right at the top, loses a little bit of control but easily brings it back together. And then sort of A-Paul style, great, smooth, stylish transfers.
Yeah, love to see that. And then Virgile just making sure he knew where he was going, pointing that into the fall line, clearing the rocks. You can see the snow conditions are tricky up here, and this one completely blind as he airs back into the couloir, missing that rock by millimeters, but exactly letter perfect there, getting it right, and a huge grin on the rookie's face. Virgile Didier taking the win in the Challenger Series in 2024, earning his spot onto the Freeride World Tour, and he is here to play. Well, he doesn't have anybody in the hot seat to talk to, so quiet moments right now for Virgile as the judges. The judges have their work cut out for them. Score going to come in. This is going to set the bar 75, so a very respectable score for the first run. This is going to set the bar for the rest of the runs for the judges to rank higher or lower than what we just saw from Virgile Didier, the Scot rider out of France, Chamonix. I mean, what better training ground for this kind of skiing. The man is very comfortable in the big mountains, and he just showed us exactly how confident he is in the big terrain.
He said he spent a lot of time not just preparing physically, but also mentally, and I think you can see that in his run. To come out first, your rookie year, brand new face, that was some great riding.
Yeah, that's a heavy burden, and he was able to manage the psychological side of it, which is such a critical piece for these riders. As we go back up, Oscar Mandin finishing 8th overall in the FWT last year, riding out of Morzina Borjas, and he is on course now.
Perfect backflip out the top. Oh, a little bit of trouble here at the ending as he loses, it looks like. No gear, he's back on his feet.
Wow, Oscar Mandin getting things started with a bang, with a huge backflip directly out of the start gate. We saw some snowboarders tricking that one too. Oscar just bringing the heat now as he's going to continue and try to salvage a little bit out of this run if he can.
You know, if you think about it, a lot of riders expect to fall at the finish, but you have to think, okay, if I fall at the top, I still can have a chance to increase my ranking overall and do a little bit better with the final of the run.
Yeah, we'll see what Oscar does. I mean, it's hard, I think, mentally to reset from a crash like that. He definitely got tossed out of that backflip. We slightly lost a view of him, so I didn't get exactly what happened. But Oscar Mandin definitely not sticking that one, as he's now, I think, maybe just looking to make his way off of the face. Yeah, just straight lining now. Okay, so yeah, we're a little quiet while we waited to see exactly what Oscar was doing. That's a bummer for him, as he is, I mean, that backflip is kind of his trademark. You see Oscar throwing them in places where other people are unable to. So if he can't stick one, that's it's a tall order for anyone else to do a backflip there.
Not the run he wanted, but not one that you can count out for the rest of the season. He's such a strong rider, 10 competition seasons under his belt. You know, 3 of them on the Freeride World Tour, and I think we've got some more to see from him this year.
Yeah, the look on his face is everything. So let's see if we can get a look here at the top of Oscar Mandin's run.
Good setup, but a little bit to his side and took it to his hip, and that's so steep up there. If you're not landing it perfectly, it's going to be tricky to ride out of that. Yeah,
looks like he knew he was a bit under-rotated and got it a bit sideways, and then absolutely throttled there. Oscar Mandin, hopefully he's all right. I mean, he got straight back up and skied to the finish. You can see the line tracker after that flip. He was just looking to get off of La Bamba. And the look on his face tells the whole story. He will be back 10.67 for Oscar Mandin. So Virgile Didier holding on to the hot seat with that hot run straight out of the start. And we go back ski men underway here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Freeride World Tour stop number 1 here in Baqueira Beret, Spain, always providing a gorgeous backdrop as we're heading back up to the top. This man, he was the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorite, highest rating in ski men, Marcus Goguen out of the Whistler Freeride Club. Marcus made a big splash on the tour last year, coming second overall to Max Hitzig and putting down a run for the ages on the Baqueira in the Extreme Brigade, his first attempt. So only 20 years old. Marcus Goguen looking just about as cool as a cucumber in his headshot there as the man gets set to push out of the gate. Marcus Goguen on La Bamba.
Get ready. I have a feeling this is going to be quite a quick run as he makes his way down the venue. And off to that big nose that we saw in the shadow line. Huge air, really the biggest you can take on the top.
Big 360 for Marcus and a perfect landing. Arcing those turns now. Marcus Goguen putting the throttle down, getting way over here with a transfer and another huge 3, getting a tiny bit backseat and straight off another air. So Marcus absolutely cooking here on the first half of La Bamba.
I told you this was going to be quick and powerful. That man is so precise. He puts his skis where he wants them to go. Great in the air. Super, super great skiing.
I think Marcus is tucking as well here, just trying to hold every little bit of speed as he gets up and over. So this part of the face now, we haven't seen a ton of action. We saw a few of the snowboarders going way over to the rider's left. We'll see what Marcus has decided in the middle part. So coming down in this central couloir, he's got a nice piece lined up as he airs above all that exposure. Now the scoping really comes into play. Huge backflip. Can he make the transfer? No, Marcus.
It looks like he landed right on the upside of a bit of a wind lip made by the snow.
Oh, that was a tough one as Marcus's run was absolute fire before that. Coming unstuck on that big backflip.
Into the finish line, Marcus comes.
High five and a hug for the compatriot there, Marcus Goguen. Well, let's take a look back at this run, Hadley. Spectacular start.
I love this top, Billy Godin. You know, he's such a technician. You said inhumanly coordinated. And we can see this at the top. Great big commitment with that 360.
Yeah, that was so perfect. And then able to still carve over to the skier's right, pick up a couple more features. And then it kind of looked like he got a little hung up, and was he just a touch, maybe a little bit short of the good snow there. And Marcus not quite able to hold onto that one, throwing the lofty backflip. You can see where that textured snow is, I think is where he wanted to land. So just about a ski length short, which is a bit uncharacteristic for Marcus. See the Mammut line tracker there showing his progress down the face. That top move, so impressive. And then catching the side hill transfer. Loving the side hits. Marcus having to get his skis back into the fall line, but check a little bit of speed. So technical, so precise for Marcus Goguen. So the score going to come in, not what he was looking for, but still a pretty respectable 62 for a run with a big crash in it. The rest of that run definitely showing that he intends to be in the fight for the Freeride World Tour title. And a similar start to Marcus's season as last year, coming undone right at the end after a magic run on a backflip. So if if that tells the tale, then we have many things to expect from young Marcus Goguen. We're back up to the top. The local legend in the making. He's taken on the mantle of the man in freeride in Spain. It is, of course, Abel Moga. Abel, I mean, he lives in the Pyrenees. He loves this area. He's from just down the road. Wildcarded into this event because you can't have an event in Spain without Abel Moga in it. He's got this brand new mustache and he is on the face and looking aggressive.
Heading out to those skiers left. This is where we saw Aymar go when he was forerunning as well, and into this very technical section. Full commitment. You are got to get through these as a double.
Yeah, as a triple, and Abel Moga making short work of that. We saw Virgile lose a little bit of a ski, but able to recover it now. Abel, again, into this central couloir, cooking so fast in here, and the snow super tricky, but you can see Abel staying on the outside ski and just keeping himself moving downhill, controlling his speed as much as he can.
This guy loves the fall line, and that was evidence of that. And oh, great air. I have a feeling we're going to see him again go straight hard left and get to that bonus section of the area of the venue.
Yeah, I think the snow's a little bit better down there on the rider's left side at the bottom. You can see some of the tracks from previous riders moving over that direction as the drone comes up and over top of Abel, straight off the nose of that into the couloir. And now Abel just picking up speed into this windlip section. You definitely want to get your direction right here.
Huge front flip. We always either see a front or a back from Abel, or sometimes both, and I was waiting for this one to come.
The trademark of the Spaniard as he brings it home. Abel Moga, Spanish rider, getting cheers from the crowd.
I think even from deep into this valley, we can probably hear and feel the love of his entire country. Really excited for him.
All right, looking back at the run of Abel Moga, extremely steep and technical at the start.
This is great riding, great control. You just see this little lily pad you've got to land on before you pick your feet up again.
And he had to redirect on both of those lily pads to get his angles exactly right. And then here we go, the trademark Abel Moga Superman front flip, catching the transition and finding one of the few spots with good snow on that windlip.
It's a trick you love to see. You don't see it all that often, but it's a really nice throwback.
All right, well, Abel Moga, fast, direct, aggressive. Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, bringing the heat here in Ski Men as we see the score for Abel Moga. It's coming up. It is close, 70.33. So Abel Moga into second, and that is a big one. Virgile Didier has just fended off 3 enormous challenges from Oscar Mandin, Marcus Gogan, and now Abel Moga as we are moving on, just flying through the field here in Ski Men. We fly back up looking at this huge La Bamba face. So many different aspects in that long section in the middle where, as you said before, riders get to catch their breath both mentally and physically. All right, back to the top, and another wild card, Ross Tester. Last year off from the Freeride World Tour. Ross out of Tahoe, had a season of coaching under his belt, and now back in the start gate.
Huge backflip to the start. Great control as he shuts it down in that snow. And I think he'll quickly be lining himself up for another transfer. Huge 360, beautiful skiing. I mean, he's got the whole package. Big tricks, great technical riding.
Yeah, such a strong skier, Ross Tester, continuing. You can see it in his turns, just how comfortably he moves his skis. His technique, absolutely precise. And another rider into a tuck. They are trying to carry every ounce of speed they can to get up and over this rise and get above that rock band, way out to the rider's right. Looks more like a racetrack now. There's not a single turn track left in the snow. This is what they're trying to get up and over. And Ross successful, using his edges, using his skills to get up and over, and now onto the lower middle section of this face. So technical in here. Airing into the chute, going out of sight. We're going to see in a second he has stuck it. So Ross picking up speed now into the windlip.
Oh, just enormous. This man travels with hot sauce, both for his food, but it looks like for his skiing as well.
Clipping off that final feature. And one more little hopper, tails down, and Ross Tester with a blazing run. That was electric from top to bottom.
Just really such a nice skier to watch.
Yeah, I think the foundation of that is the super solid technique. Ross's technical skiing, second to none, as we go back up to the top, Hadley.
Look at him just set himself perfectly for that enormous backflip. That's some great control in steep terrain.
Nice little ramp built up there, and then this transfer 360, getting the grab.
So stylish.
Styling it out. Ross Tester, everything he does looks good. So clean. You can see him push the legs apart to slow the rotation down at the end. And then Ross Tester was not done. This is the one we missed the angle of. A huge air into the couloir. And then he wasn't done, taking all the speed into that. Again, spread out, slow rotation, perfect landing. He found the exact right transition on that air.
He's been back coaching juniors, and he said he really found his love of skiing again, and I think you see that in his line choice and just the way he skis. You feel the fun that he's having.
Hey, Mom, hey, Dad, Tahoe friends, Utah friends. Thank you for watching.
Well, thank you for skiing, Ross, because that was electric at 92.67.
No way. Nice one. Thank you, brother.
He just said, what? No way. Loving it there for Ross Tester. So now the bar is set. That's what you got to do if you want to get into the 90s here at the Baqueira Beret
leave
Pro.
room for fucking all the other boys.
Well, he is stoked. He's worried about the judges not leaving room, but they know what they're doing, and they know when they see magic, and they saw it there. We're back up to the top, representing the Kiwi crew. Ben Richards, this man took the Freeride World by storm last year, taking the win in Fieberbrunn with one of the smoothest runs we've ever seen. Ben Richards now on course.
Oh, perfect setup. This is New Zealand style skiing. He's really good at mixed variable terrain. Beautiful big 360 off of that second cliff. And into the shadow line he goes. Let's see what he does with this transfer.
Ben Richards rarely ever takes his skis out of the fall line, never slows down. You know, I used to say that Andrew Pollard had taken on the mantle of Drew Tabke for the smoothest man on skis, and I feel like without Andrew here this year, and we miss you for sure, but Ben Richards has taken that on now. It's a passing down of the tradition of being ultra smooth and always finding transition. You hardly ever see his skis come out of the fall line, and that is proof as he goes straight off the nose. So Ben Richards with a whole bunch of speed as he's now coming down into this wind lip section.
Perfect 360, taking that torch of smoothness and taking the torch of being the only Kiwi on the tour this year. And we love to see him ride.
Well, the Kiwis always producing some of the best free riders on the planet, and Ben Richards showing that heritage there as he flies through the finish line. Trying to catch the exchange there as we look back at Ben's run.
I love the way they just so calmly and smoothly approach this top section.
Yeah, Ben taking that way more skiers right, that cross-court approach, and then perfect takeoff on this 360. Direct. All right, well, Ben, I mean, fluidity absolutely through the roof. That was a beautiful run. Another rider with extremely honed technique. He just never looks like he puts a foot out of place. So smooth, so stylish, and so happy. And a few words in the finish as the judges getting to work on the score. Ben Richards now the score coming in. It's moving up the thermometer and coming up just shy of Ross Tester. So an 89-point run for Ben Richards. He said, I'll take that. That's pretty good. So high five for Ross as Ben Richards moving on out. Incredible skiing so far from Ski Men. We have seen non-stop action. We're heading back up to the top for Whistler's own Tom Pfeiffer. As we see the standings now, Ross Tester, Ben Richards, Virgile Didier. That is your top 3 men so far, but we are only 6 men into the category with 22 to drop. It's still anybody's game as this man, Tom Pfeiffer, he's back on the Freeride World Tour. He had an absolutely enormous run at Crested Butte last year in the Challengers, taking the win with a super technical run. And now he is on course.
Riding that ridge, the far skiers left. I think we're going to see him, like many before, go into the super technical rocky section. Oh, new line, perfect 360.
Tom Pfeiffer opting for a different section and still picking up the same air that we saw Ross and Ben hit. So a really creative take on the face here from Tom Pfeiffer as he flies into this steep technical section. Always fast and taking a way high takeoff. Oh, Tom Pfeiffer. Airbag deploying there.
Oh, with the tomahawk, you saw right before he took that second air that he had lost a little bit of edge control, and I think that set him off when he took that second cliff.
Tom just going through a little bit of a systems check here. He's got the head tap. He is okay. Definitely going to be feeling dizzy after that aggressive tomahawk. Tom going absolutely head over heels there. He was at full speed. Let's see if we can see where things went wrong.
Oh, you see that little bit of a ski bobble. Oh. And the full yard sail, skis, poles, airbag, all of it out.
Yeah, he sets up for that. And then this one, he's absolutely flying. A little bit of a turn and right into the... Holy. Well, Tom Pfeiffer will be making the highlight reel for that one as he is scattered around the La Bamba face way down there. So we'll be needing a ski runner to collect the yard sail from Tom Pfeiffer. You can see the tracks his body made there. I hope Tom Pfeiffer is okay after that crash. That was a rough one. I think he's looking to make sure all the pieces are still in his backpack, reminiscent of Jess Hodder in Fieberbrunn, where her shovel and her lunch and her water bottle flew out while she was tomahawking. So hopefully Tom's all right after that. Definitely going to be sore. Tom taking an absolute flogging here. The La Bamba face taking no prisoners.
Yeah, it's really in this top section, it's so steep, and those mistakes at that speed, the consequences can be pretty high with those tomahawks. You'll see the ski dude collecting his gear for him, bringing it down to Tom, and Tom will make his way down to the finish.
Well, definitely leaving nothing on the table there. Tom Pfeiffer giving it everything he's got. And the La Bamba face biting back on that one. The conditions are tricky. If you sink a ski a little bit or get a little out of the fall line at the wrong time, you will definitely pay for it, as we just saw from Tom Pfeiffer. Again, hopefully he's feeling okay after that one. Looks like he's moving around well.
Yeah, he said he spends a good amount of time in the gym, and that gym is not just for, being able to stomp a landing. I think what the viewers don't know is those athletes have to be really strong to take some hard hits as well. And the longer that you can stay in the game and stay strong and stay in shape, the better you are.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom's mom Sharon is going to be sitting at home watching this, a little bit worried, watching her son do that. But Tom Pfeiffer up and skiing and making his way off the La Bamba face.
Yeah, we can see him coming into view, making his way down. He looks like he's doing pretty well, skiing solidly, and I think it'll just be a good day to recover.
I wonder if he's still dizzy. Okay, well, a mixed bag so far for ski men. We've seen some really solid runs, and we have seen some aggressive crashing. So skiing to the conditions, the name of the game. World Tour Tom into the finish.
You almost landed it. Did you see? You came around, I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no, no.
Let's go, baby.
All right, we go back up. Moving through, we got a rookie, Tams Marvell, riding out of Provo. Sorry, Tams Marvell riding out of Provo, Utah, 4th on the Challengers last year. Tams is so excited to see how he stacks up against the field here. We've seen some solid rookie riding already, and Tams Marvell, young American, getting ready to kick it off. This guy has such a great attitude. He's having an absolute blast. First in the 2024 Kirkwood qualifier. Tams Marvell now on the La Bamba face.
Right into that top section, heading towards that committing double. You can really see his technical riding with the way that he's able to put his skis where he wants. Oh, that needed exact precision, which is exactly what he did.
Tams Marvell stacking up the features, taking that one in a slightly different direction. Back flipping, but coming unglued there. And Tams Marvell skipping through the rocks to the bottom of this central couloir on the La Bamba face. He's just checking in with himself. Tams Marvell up on his feet. Goggles off. Just, yeah, looks like he's moving.
He's lost one ski, but it looks like he's doing okay.
Oh, that was a heavy crash for the young American rider, as he was so precise on the upper section. That double that he did, oh, there, and his ski is in a really awkward spot there, jammed in amongst the Pyrenean bushes.
You can get a really good sense here, though, what the riding conditions are that they have to move through.
Yeah, you can just see above Tams there, the little hole right at the top of your screen where things kind of came undone. Tams Marvell was moving fast through that terrain. Hadley, let's see if we can get a look at what caused it. Well, first of all, how perfect this was.
Oh, that was some Sam Smoothie-like precision. Great speed control up top.
Big pop there, and then Tams just trying to slow it down as he comes up top with the, oh, he just over-rotated. Over-rotated the backflip, and then it all came undone. Generally looked like he didn't hit too many of the rocks in there, kind of found the right spots to be in the air, bouncing. Now, you know, it is mandatory for the riders to wear helmets, to wear back protectors, to have avalanche safety gear in their packs. This is exactly why. This is a high-risk sport. This move through the double, though, cat-like, as you said, Sam Smoothie-like, as Tams Marvell putting himself right on top of this next buttress and handling it like a veteran. Young rookie, first run on the World Tour. The intensity of that back-to-back-to-back-to-back move, and unfortunate there for Tams as he goes bouncing through this section. And the ski runner's got his equipment back on. Or back to him, sorry, just about to get it back on. So the bar high here, and certainly looking like the conditions are providing a serious challenge here for ski men. Nobody holding back one bit.
No, no one's holding back, and the riders that are making it through, it's really impressive work. And I think what Tam showed is those conditions can be tricky, but I'm really excited to see him for the rest of the season. I love that technical, precise riding.
For sure. He has got the skills to be here on the Freeride World Tour. Tams Marvell, that opening move, absolutely mind-expanding. And unfortunately, just over-rotating on the backflip a little bit. I mean, there's so many puzzle pieces to put together in a run like this. And on this one, especially when the features just stack up back to back to back. I mean, the line score there, obviously we didn't get to see the bottom half, but I think it would have been maxed as Tams was just putting everything together. But the intensity ramping up there, and that backflip was in a spot where it needed to work.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, one of the trickier things to know is how fast you're going down. And again, those features can come much quicker than you think. Maybe when you're inspecting visually, you're thinking, oh, I'll get 2 or 3 turns in between each of these features. And sometimes you just barely get one. And I think that can really throw a rider.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of features packed into the upper section there. He's rubbing his knee. Hopefully Tams is all right after that big crash. The emotion just pouring off of Tams Marvell. Back up to the top we go. Intense start for ski men here at the Baqueira Beret Pro, the La Bamba face, providing a serious challenge for some of the best skiers in the world, as we are now looking at Joan Aracil. Close, very close to home court advantage for Joan, coming from just around the corner in Andorra. Joan finishing 3rd on the Challenger Series last year in Region 1. The Andorran rider, he is so excited to be here. Took the win last year in Obertauern in Austria on the Challengers, and he is fired up. He said yesterday, I'm ready.
2, 1, drop in.
Here we go. We see him right onto the steep section, heading riders left. Beautiful turns right in that really, really rocky terrain. Great transfer.
catching a turn on the couloir wall. We lost him for a sec. So Joan Aracil now with full intensity, coming with some speed. He's gotten through that very difficult technical section, popping a backflip, almost over-rotated, but managing to get his tails down and pinned through the central couloir on the La Bamba face. Wow, Joan Aracil making a statement in that section as he now flies down through the apron.
Wow, really impressive. You know, he told me the first day of his father brought him onto skis, his dad brought him to the hardest part of the piste. And so I think, you know, he set himself up for knowing what to do in this steep technical terrain.
Well, Joan now coming into this wind lip, a fairly short landing here, catching the tail grab on the 360, so adding another big piece of air and style there. You don't want to go too far on that one. The tide goes out quick and it gets really flat. As Joan Aracil now making his way over to the rider's left. 360 off the ledge. Oh, he's stoked.
Hands up. He can see the finish line through his goggles, making his way down into the crowd, into his fellow competitors that he was so excited to be riding with.
Yes!
So much emotion. All right, well, home court advantage proving to be a real thing there for the Andorran rider. Joan Aracil absolutely stoked on that one. Let's look at this replay, Adley.
This was a fast run. Great work in that top technical section and really good with the control. As you see, he uses that upper apron to sort of calm himself down, get his skis under him, and making that big backflip, which required full commitment on the outrun.
Definitely needed to use the tails of his skis for a little bit, but then flying through the landing. You can see he caught the last little bit here, gets himself back onto the downhill ski, puts it in the fall line, and just cooks over those rocks that we saw of Tams Marvell bouncing through earlier. Getting the tail grab there, all X'd up, landing right up at the top of the transition. Not much further you want to go on that one or you're out into the flat. So Joan Aracil absolutely fired up on that run.
A huge smile on his face. This is what you love to see.
All right, well, the score dropping for Joan, 71-3-3, and into fourth for Joan. So that's going to be a keeper. Well, so far, of course, we're not even halfway through the field here. In ski men at Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. This is where we sit right now. Ross Tester on top, Ben Richards, and the rookie Virgile Didier. Joan Aracil, another rookie, proving he's got what it takes here on the Freeride World Tour, and the local legend Abel Moga right now rounding out the top 5. We are back up to the top. Another Whistler Freeride Club rider, Weitien Ho, riding for peak performance. Got the wild card back on the tour this year. Besties with Marcus Gogan. The two grew up skiing around Whistler together, pushing each other to new heights. And Weitien is on the La Bamba face.
I'm really excited to see him ride. What a beautiful technician. Making quick, precise work through that rocky section.
Yeah, and you can hear the snow, super tricky. Bang, bang, bang. Weitien through there. He's got such quick feet. He's so strong and so precise. Now fighting for it, lofting a huge 3 into the canyon there. Maybe a tiny back slap, kind of lost him in the shadows. But Weitien wasting no time, using every little bit of this terrain, showing off that technique as he's now trying to get way high onto this wall. No tracks up there as Weitien into uncharted territory.
Oh, what a great stomp. This guy has been going to the gym, training hard, really creative rider.
Yeah, Weitien becoming known for that creativity. We saw him last year in Verbier, putting a run down in an area that nobody else even looked at, similar in Georgia. And Weitien not done as he comes into this rugged section, getting right off the end of this feature, keeping it pinned into the fall line. Big slash turn on the wall as Weitien now coming in to the wind lip.
Perfect backflip right to his feet. Perfect landing.
All right, well, Weitien making a solid statement. He's got one more finishing feature here, clipping through the rocks, landing clean, and pointing himself towards the finish arch. Weitien Ho through the line. I think you can hear Timm Schöder in the background there.
Okay?
It's okay.
Oh, well, Weitien a little dazed and confused there as you see this technical riding up top. So clean, so strong. I love this part, Hadley.
Oh, that double. I mean, those turns that you first saw him, I mean, making turns like that on what essentially is a vertical window is an impressive way to start off your run. A little bit of a back slap on that transfer, but he's the only one that's taking it that direction.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see laying the 360 now. The angle changes. There's a canyon wall, but he's landing in the flat bottom of that chute. So definitely a big impact there. And then a perfect laid out backflip there for Weitien, finding the landing. Absolutely beautiful, stretching it out. The peak performance rider just putting on a clinic. Solid technique for Weitien Ho.
Yeah, boy. Holy loose unit, though. God damn.
And an 80.67, so huge run there for Weitien Ho as he moves himself into third. A big hug for Ross Tester. These athletes just doing battle on the face, but they are compatriots all together. The only time they're really competitors against each other is in these moments when they're skiing. The rest of the time, they are such good friends. They ride together, hang together, and are all cheering for each other. For them, the best comp is when everybody stomps and you leave it to the judges. As Weitien Ho putting his mark on the La Bamba face as we move on now. Another extremely exciting rookie from Åre, Sweden. It's Edvin Olsson earning himself the wild card. He said he grew up literal steps from the lift, so it was in his blood from day one. Edvin Olsson has been having a blast traveling around with Cody Bramwell. Season #1, 2 wins last year in the 4-star series, and Edvin now locking it down for Sweden on course.
When I was talking to him yesterday, he said, these are Swedish conditions, and I think we will see exactly the way that he is able to ride in mixed terrain as he's shown us with that huge 360 coming in with a ton of speed into this gully.
Yeah, Edvin locked into the fall line, just bouncing over the rocks. Can he get the turn? He does. Right through the section where we saw Tom Pfeiffer have trouble, but Edvin Olsson just keeping it in the fall line. In those moments where you're flying like that, you cannot put your skis across the hill or, well, we saw the result from Tom, but Edvin Olsson having no such trouble as he's moving down into an area we haven't seen much traffic. Much more riders right on the bottom of the face as Edvin Olsson making his way through the boulder field and looking for his next feature.
You know, it was one of the few rookies that was truly, truly calm in inspection, and you can see that carry over into his skiing. He looked confident and ready to go. Let's see what he does with this wind lip.
Lining up the wind lip, laying out a backflip, bringing it around to his feet. Edvin Olsson through this rolling terrain. We said earlier it's extremely convex. He's got another wind lip coming at him. A few more tracks to go. 360 landing above the rocks and able to add another feature there. So Edvin Olsson ticking away at the line score boxes.
Solid riding from the rookie from the Swede. Really smart, really good introduction.
Yeah, and super clean. Up top, he had so much speed. He was just locked into the fall line. Edvin Olsson, double thumbs up there for Ross Tester as he sits in the hot seat. So the Swedish rookie here putting on a technique clinic as we look back at the replay.
Yeah, look at this commitment to the fall line, commitment to speed, perfect landings. I mean, it didn't look like it affected him whatsoever to take that 360.
Yeah, and then skipping through the rocks, and then there's a pretty aggressive lip there. He got kind of pushed into the fall line. I wonder if after that 360, the way he landed so perfectly pointed down the hill, if maybe he wanted something else there, but he was just going so fast. That backflip, I mean, the execution of this guy is just second to none. It's so clean, taking that higher lip, nice 360 up onto the apex, and then finding another feature there. The thumbs up, all smiles for Edvin Olsson.
Yeah, same as top.
Yeah.
The landing was so bummed out on it before the mandatory one.
Yeah, I got so backseat.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, put on your sunscreen, Ross. It is sunny in Spain. It's great to hear these riders just catching up after their runs. You know, they put so much time into the scoping, and some of them spent time together doing it, some of them a little bit more solitary. So here we go. The score for Edvin Olsson coming in at a 67. I think maybe the section where he landed that big 360 but skipped a bunch of features because he was going so fast, maybe coming into that on the line score. But a solid first run on the Freeride World Tour for Edvin Olsson. So Ross Tester, Ben Richards, Weitien Ho, Virgile Didier, and Joan Aracil, top 5 right now at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. We're moving through the ski men's category. We're here with Derek Voos and Hadley Hammer, bringing you all the action at the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025. As we're back up, Simon Perrodin with a big injury last year in the first event, doing it for Les Gorilles out of Verbier. Simon on track and in the air straight away.
Bringing in the heat, losing a little bit of control in that top section, but not diverting too far from the fall line there.
Simon with the same 360. Oh! And landing really high, but somehow managing to get his feet back under him and redirect to keep himself moving. Simon Perrodin was cat-like reflexes. He is showing every bit of skill that he learned at the Verbier Freeride Academy and launching a huge 360 over that corner cliff and unable to hold on. Simon Perrodin, the intensity level absolutely blasting out the top of the thermometer as Simon, sometimes it takes a rider a second to gather themselves after a crash. I mean, the disappointment, of course, they're making sure that they're physically okay, but I think, you know, for these riders, they put so much into these runs, so the disappointment in the moment when you finish tumbling and realize that that's it for your run.
It can be a real heartbreak, especially after all the work you've done, all the effort you've put in all season long. You've been spending the last 10 months preparing for this, and to crash on the first comp can be hard to come back from, but I think when they do, it shows how strong they are.
Yeah, that psychological resilience that you have to be a world-class athlete. It's truly a mandatory part of the game. You need to be able to get back up, dust yourself off. You know, they say you win or you learn. And this will be a learning experience for Simon Perrodin. The Verbier rider, he's so solid. He's got a great bag of freestyle tricks. We saw his agility up there as when things started getting haywire, he didn't give up. He didn't even look like he was kind of out of sorts, just figuring out a way to make it work, but then coming undone, unfortunately, on that huge 360 on the central section of this face. Well, popping a little air. That one's for Les Gorilles at home. The Verbier Freeride crew, they just get so behind their riders. They're all so tight, and they support each other so much, so well. So Simon Perrodin not going to be a threat to Ross Tester there, the Scott rider. Not the day he was looking for, but happy to see physically he was okay, as he was hurt in the first comp last year. So happy to see that he, physically at least, is all right.
And you see him coming into this top section, losing it a little bit in that thicker snow at the top that now has quite a few tracks going through it.
And then this one, a little wonky on the pop, landing, it looked like his body landed on the rock. You can see having to readjust his goggles. And then the big 360 on this section, just a little bit backseat in the landing, skis bending at the tails and unable to ski out from that.
Yeah, you know what I think is interesting about being a freeride skier is you have to be able to perform on any day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, January, February, and that's quite a skill set.
Yeah, exactly. And from powder to hard pack to ice, you know, you got to have the complete bag of skills at your disposal. So unchanged leaderboard there in ski men. Second category of the day here in Baqueira Beret on a brand new face, La Bamba. As the skiers up there on the knife edge as we move on. Tiemo Rolshoven, the German rider out of St. Anton. He's studying mechanical engineering in Lausanne. Had an exam the night before last. The gymnast. Wow, what a start here from Tiemo.
Way to go from one exam to the next as we see him making his way to that second feature. Beautiful 360.
Early takeoff there, avoiding the rocks on the lip. So Tiemo Rolshoven got a bronze medal for himself at the Junior World Championships in Kappel a few years ago, and now looking to put himself into the mix at the Freeride World Tour. He's in the big leagues, and Tiemo Rolshoven now cooking into the middle apron. He's got a little chance to reset mentally and physically as he picks up speed, but we saw with the snowboarders, the snow in here is not, it's not easy to handle.
It certainly isn't, but you know, talking to Tiemo, his rookie year, he said his first memory of being out on skis was actually about the snow, the way it looked, the way it transformed the landscape around him. He's a really thoughtful rider, and I think we'll see that in his creativity and his line choice and the way he approaches the mountains.
Yeah, and as I kind of alluded to before the action heated up, he does have that gymnastics background. Pulled a double cork 10 at the Nunda Freeride, airing into the couloir, so no doubt the bag of tricks on this man is deep. Coming in here, and a double backflip, laying it out, and Tiemo stomps it! Double backflip, that was sick! Rolling on down, and Tiemo Rolshoven, you can tell he is happy with that as he moves through a little fist bump. Pretty casual dude is Tiemo, but that was outstanding.
Yo, you're the man, dude. I just looked up and you're just like 20 feet in the air. That was sick.
Oh, what a great run.
Oh, I'm high landed this one.
Yeah, you can see his technical riding right at the top. This guy's a cliff jumper, both in winter and summer, and he really has great air awareness.
Yeah, I love the early takeoff for that 360. Stomping it clean, air and style, absolutely floored. And then this double backflip, tucking the first one, getting the hands on the knees to tuck the second one. Could not have been a more perfect landing. Tiemo Rolshoven showing the gymnast in him. That was absolutely picture perfect. And then right onto that left ski, carving out of the double flip. Tiemo Rolshoven, the Mammoth line tracker, showing his progress down the mountain.
Yeah, I had to wash out to that side. I had a little back.
Score pushing up 85. The judges loved it. So knocking Weitien off the podium, and Tiemo Rolshoven now into third with a huge run there for the rookie. Incredible riding. Wow, what a show we're getting here from Ski Men. These guys going off. Ross Tester on top. Ben Richards holding on to the second spot, and Tiemo Rolshoven sliding himself into the bronze medal position with still an incredibly talented field of men up top. Nothing is done yet. The next man in the start gate, none other than the 2023 Freeride World Tour champion, peak performance rider Valentin Rainer, riding for Scott. He is riding out of St. Anton in the Arlberg. So smooth. And he comes out with some intensity out of the gate.
Oh, first one that we can see make a huge cliff out of that top bridge line, lining up quickly into the second air.
Valentin Rainer with a big 360 into the shade, landing perfectly. He's got his speed under control, which has proved to be quite tricky in this section. Going side hill on that one, real tricky. Now he just has to stay in the fall line to fly out of this couloir.
You can really see, I love the comfortability when people can remain totally calm in between those double lines where you've just got to keep your feet straight. It's not the natural instinct for the body to not try to stop, and to commit yourself to the fall line shows that you're really confident, you really know what you're doing.
Yeah, completely counterintuitive to not try to slow down at all when you're in those situations. So Valentin Rainer looking really strong so far, off the nose now and coming into the lower section. There's plenty of wind lips and freestyle options to play with. Valley on that right footer, setting up a big 360, landing perfectly. It's a great run so far for the Austrian rider.
This guy has his eye on the world champs for next year. He wants a long, solid career in competing.
Oh, Valentin Rainer just holding on. That cliff pretty flat. We saw a couple other riders using that Weitien Ho, and Valentin Rainer looks like that might have caused him a little bit of pain.
Pretty flat, and also after 500 meters of skiing, that'll test the muscles.
Mostly okay. All right, let's take a look back. Valentin Rainer with a hot start, pioneering a new cliff up at the top. That was huge right out of the gate.
Yeah, if you're committing to that, you're committing to full speed for that full top section, in which he was able to put it in perfect control for that 360 setup.
Yeah, lofty 360 there, just controlling the speed. And then fall line from here on out. No deviation from pointing straight down the hill. And you said it before, Hadley had to do it. And this backflip right at the end, oh yeah, you can see his left ski kind of jumped out there. You can see him kind of holding onto his knee after as it punches through the crust, grabs it, but he fights for it. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's that. But Valentin Rainer not letting go and not letting himself go down. Well, these two athletes, compatriots there, each one of them extremely impressed by the other one's run.
I mean, that's what I remember from my time on the tour. I still now have an international set of friends that all came from starting and competing together on the Freeride World Tour.
Max, where are you?
Missing his buddy Max, not able to make it onto the tour this year with an injury.
Yeah, our Freeride World Champion, Max Hitzig, unfortunately out with injury. So Max, we wish you well. Can't wait to see you back with the crew. But Valentin Rainer holding it down for the squad. As now we are seeing the judges have had their say. The score coming up 87-6-7. So we are ramping up Valentin Rainer, that third place, a bit of a rotating wheel as Valet now sliding himself into third spot for the peak performance rider. Moving off the stage, Ross Tester, another big challenger, fended off there as he holds it down. The only rider to get into the 90s so far today. We are moving on through the ranks as we have another world champion in the gate, another peak performance rider, Kristofer Turdell, no stranger to conditions like this. 10 years, this is his 10-year anniversary on the Freeride World Tour. He's won just about everything there is to win, and Kristofer Turdell now is on course.
Right on course, similar, taking a huge air right at the top on the far skier's right. 360 into the shadow line, making full control of that couloir area.
Yeah, and coming way up high, clipping through this section, airing on the skier's left side. All was so smooth and so controlled. They used to say sometimes he made it look too easy. The judges could almost not understand how easy he's making it look. And now Turdell getting a little bit of a break for his body and his mind as he moves across, trying to be aerodynamic to get up, not having to lose too much speed and sidestep up this section. You can see going fully uphill there. That's why the riders working so hard to carry their speed from the far skier's right to the skier's left. As Kristofer Turdell coming into this pocket canyon, airing into the straight line clean for Turdell as expected. This is starting to become kind of second nature as we see Turdell laying out a backflip.
Perfect landing. He is so smooth like butter. It's almost like he's hovering over the snow and doesn't have the same conditions that everyone else does.
Yeah, he is so smooth. He's been on the Freeride World Tour for 10 years. Big white room there.
I'm happy to land on my feet. Watching you guys makes me nervous. Thanks for inspiration.
Oh, you love hearing that.
The most humble man on the Freeride World Tour as we look here at the top section, or the middle section, sorry, of Kristofer Turdell's run. Lofty 360 there.
Really just always in control, always precise, always fluid.
Yeah, and you can see the control and technique bars absolutely jacked there as Turdell coming down, lacing this backflip. So floaty, getting down into the good part of that transition where the impact is less. It's a bit smoother reception. And as he said to Ross at the bottom, so happy to land on my feet. And he's always quick with the compliment. You know, he's talking about watching Ross from the top and saying thank you for the inspiration. These guys are so complimentary to each other. There is the huge camaraderie amongst all these athletes. All right, well, judges quick with this one. Score coming in for Kristofer Turdell, 78-3-3 So 6th place for Turdell. Big hug for Ross Tester. Ross back on the Freeride World Tour after a year off, and now looking very comfortable in that hot seat, but you can't ever be too comfortable as there are so many talented athletes vying for that spot. We're going back up to the top. We have an exciting rookie waiting to drop in here, Toby Rafford, the champion of the Challenger Series in Region 2, North and South America last year. Toby gives all the credit for his skiing to his sister, Addie Rafford, who was on the Freeride World Tour for the last few years. Toby Rafford ran last year in Verbier and absolutely got the whole crowd fired up, and now on course here for his first Freeride World Tour run.
Toby just oozes with style. Like, the way that he plays with venues is completely different, a different playground for him.
Well, a huge flat 3 there, and the landing letter perfect. Toby Rafford keeping it moving, skipping over the rocks, styling it out with a big shifty, and popping and playing. It just looks like a playground for Toby Rafford. He's such a smooth skier, but as you said, Hadley, just oozing with style, now roasting across here, trying to get as much speed as he can to get up high. Toby Rafford making very short work of that upper section with that huge flat spin that was so perfect. We saw him do a double flat spin in one of the Challenger stops last year. This guy has one of the deepest bags of tricks in the freestyle game on the Freeride World Tour, and we're already seeing that come into play.
And, you know, as you said, every time he's in the air, whatever trick he does is gonna look really good, and that's quite the technique.
So big air into the straight line couloir, now picking up a bunch of speed for this windlip. Toby Rafford holding on to the speed with a double flat. He connects with it. Oh my God, Toby Rafford just putting on an air clinic here at the Freeride World Tour, his very first run on the tour, and he does that. Incredible. It looks like he can't believe it.
Yes, you can hear it from all the riders. His style really sets himself apart.
Well, Hadley, run us through this replay from Toby.
You can see the top quick, precise, and this is where we get the first hint that we're going to see a stylish run. See those air and style bar pretty much maxed out.
Getting the grab on that perfect landing in the fall line, in the gnar, skipping over these rocks, and still able to pop the shifty. We saw that even the smoothest man on skis, Ben Richards, struggle there. And Toby Rafford flying out over the roller and then coming down, setting this up, this air, a huge air into the couloir, a setup move for what was to come next.
Oh, and we saw the first one on the top and then a double at the bottom. This guy can really do anything in the air. Holding
the grab through the first rotation, all the way through the second rotation, connecting at exactly the right time. Hard left footer to get away from the rocks, and a huge celebration there with Ross Tester at the bottom as Toby Rafford absolutely blowing the doors off of La Bamba here. Incredible riding from Toby Rafford. All right, here we go. Score dropping for Toby Rafford, 91.33, just behind Ross. Even Ross can't believe that one. A huge score, and moving himself into second where Ben Richards has been sitting for ages. So we're getting through the category here, and things are starting to shake up. Toby Rafford just blew the doors off and slid himself into second. Now Ben Richards sitting in third here at Baqueira Beret. This event absolutely electric as we move through the ski men's field, and we are back up to the top. Tenra Katsuno riding out of Niseko, Japan. This man has the spirit of freeride deep in his heart. He has been doing it since he was 14 years old. He went to New Zealand by himself to do the NZJFT and absolutely fell in love, and we have fallen in love with him. Tenra Katsuno now on course on La Bamba.
We haven't seen a rider go this direction in a while, making his way towards that top air, big 360 into the gut, setting himself up right for that second one.
Yeah, this is proving to be a popular zone here for the riders. Tenra laying out the backflip, getting a touch back seat, but now bringing it back into control as he comes flying into this couloir, up into straight line. Sometimes that's the only option if you want to stay balanced. You just got to point your skis downhill and wait. Patience is a virtue in freeride.
It sure is, and you can see him fairly impatiently trying to get through this section on his way, aiming for that high traverse into the more rocky cliff areas of the bottom third of the venue.
Yeah, some of the riders saying they were going to have a plan A if they could get up there and a plan B if they were not able to. Tenla now off the nose of this air. We've seen lots of play in this area as he's now picking up speed for this wind lip. This is becoming almost mandatory for the riders. Huge backflip, perfect landing for Katsuno as he makes his way across, just floating cross-court through there, and now cooking into the final section and through the finish for Tenra Katsuno. Electric run for the young Japanese rider. Big high five there. As we said, Tenra cutting his teeth on the NZ JFT as we look back here at the top of his run.
Full commitment with the 360 right into the top section. Again, 53 degrees at that very, very first section. And so you have to be able to have full commitment. He loses a bit of a back slap on the backflip, but able to pull it together and continue his run. A few more airs.
Yeah, I mean, the ground there is hard, and that's seen a lot of riders landing on it. And then Tenra getting out a little bit wide on the in run, but still plenty of speed to lay the backflip out off that wind lip. This thing has seen a ton of play so far in the ski men's field, and Tenra landing absolutely bolts on that one. So great run from Tenra Katsuno. Kept his helmet on and everything. Very stoic for Tenra as he waits for the score to drop. Coming in here, moving up, Tenra Katsuno with a 74. So that's going to move him into 9th. His best result on the Freeride World Tour, his first result on the Freeride World Tour, 4th in Verbier last year at the very beginning of the season. Always count on Tenra for a fast, stylish, and exciting run. So slotting in there between Joan Aracil and Virgile Didier. Still in the top 10 for Tenra, but plenty of riders to go. We go back up to the top for another exciting rookie, Mathys Fornasier, finishing 4th on the Challenger Tour last year. Mathys riding, well, I mean, if he won at Avoriaz, he's rolling with Mikhail Bimbos, Freeride World Tour legend. So we'll see if Mikhail told him to straight line the entire venue, as we saw Bimbos do on the Bec des Ros. But Mathys now, oh no! Oh, Mathys Fournier clipping a rock and losing a ski right at the top of the face. It looks like he's waving his hands there. His helmet, yeah, he's waving.
He's got a thumbs up. He's up and standing.
Okay.
Got both of his skis with him. I think it'll just be a few more pieces of gear to collect.
Well, we saw the helmet rolling away. So it looks like it did its job there as Mathys Fornasier, unfortunate, clipping a rock at the top, which took his ski in almost the worst possible place for it, and then taking a big tumble. He definitely looks like he's moving well. Probably heart rate pretty high here, Headley, as we look back at the start of the run for Mathys.
Yeah, you know, Lolo mentioned it after his first run that there's a little bit of rock at the top.
Trying to self-arrest, but he just didn't have time. And Mathys bouncing through the rocks there. That was a scary fall. So as we mentioned before, you know, mandatory equipment, helmets, back protectors, all the avalanche gear. Look away from this if you're squeamish. But Mathys Fournier coming out of it relatively unscathed. You saw the helmet pop off there, and he's up and standing, as now he's just, I think, waiting for the ski runner to get his poles. I don't know how they're going to get into that to get the rest of his equipment. That was a scary moment here on La Bamba for the young French rookie. This guy has such a solid skill set. He's got his Winter Activities YouTube channel that he's so excited about, as he's now just kind of waiting to, I guess, see what the next steps are in the recollection of all the bits and pieces.
I talked to him a few weeks ago before the start of the season. He was really, really excited to be here. He has a really strong alpine racing background, and it was actually his alpine racing coaches that brought him off piste and introduced him to freeride skiing.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to see the skills. There's the mountain taking his ski from him right away. So we got his pole back in the mix. Not sure where the other one ended up. As we see the, I think that's Cody Bramwell. Yeah, the Snowboard Men are actually operating as ski ninjas for the rest of the categories, as they are, well, we know they're comfortable on the face. They can get to all the tricky spots. So Cody getting in there and finding the pole for Mathys Fornasier as he's gingerly making his way down. Hopefully he's all right. I mean, that was definitely an aggressive crash. Doesn't look like he's entirely comfortable.
No, and he's still missing one of his poles, and I think you have so much energy and emotion and heartbreak running through you at that moment. It makes sense that as you make your way down, it takes a minute to get back to your full form.
Yeah, and you can see the emotion on the compatriots' faces there in the Riders' Lounge. Oh, there we go. He's got his other pole back in the mix. I think he was maybe skiing like that because he wasn't sure where his pole was on the face. But yeah, you could see it on the faces of the other riders at the bottom. I mean, they share this risk together in these events, and they really care about the well-being of each other. So all of those other riders definitely feeling, oh, and there's his helmet all the way down at the bottom of the upper section of the La Bamba face. So the La Bamba definitely providing a rodeo ride there for Mathys. He's got, I think that's his transceiver hanging out the back. Oh, Mathys Fornasier with a rough ride here to start his Freeride World Tour career. He's going to bounce back from that. As you said, his ski technique is incredible. It's going to take, you know, some resilience to come back from that one, but I am confident that this young French rider is going to be able to bounce back in Val Thorens, where he is competing on home soil. So Mathys Fornasier with a bumpy start to his Freeride World Tour career, but very happy to see him up and skiing out.
Definitely, and I think he's got the skill set and the right support around him to move on from this first crash and really recover for the second hometown competition.
Ooh. Just the pieces of his gear. So there's Mikhail Bimbos coming out, making sure that his young protege is okay. Nobody can believe it. I mean, that fall looked absolutely horrific, but Mathys is smiling. A little worse for wear there on the forehead. Very happy to see you okay at the bottom. Mathys Fornasier kicking off his Freeride World Tour career in the roughest possible way, but he was smiling at the bottom. So we'll get patched up, and we head back up to this man, the next man, peak performance rider, another veteran of the Freeride World Tour. It is none other than Carl Regner Eriksson, riding for Peak, riding for Scott, riding for the joy. You know, he's one of the, again, I think this is maybe common with the Swedes, one of the most humble riders on the tour. He always like, I can't believe I'm still here. But we'll see in a second why he is still here. He's so smooth, so strong, and so fast. And Carl is on La Bamba.
Right off the top, a little bit of control issues with the speed, maybe a little too hot. You know, it's so tricky as a rider if someone crashes before you to have that long break to start again, and maybe those nerves were in play with him. We'll see what he does with the rest of his run.
Well, you get tangled up in your own head. The mental side of this is so difficult. And Carl, as you said, he was going so fast right out of the gate. Now he's just kind of trying to hold on. He and Kristofer Turdell, they traveled together, they roomed together, they scoped their lines together. And Carl, unfortunate at the top there that he just wasn't quite able to hold on to, as you said, Hadley, the speed there. I mean, it comes at you so quick. And as that part of the face gets more and more and more traveled, it gets harder and harder to control your speed on it. So Carl now coming into this low section, we've got this mandatory air into the big straight line couloir that he'll need to get over to. Just pushing through the rocks, popping off that and in to the bottom section, picking up some speed. This one will be just for fun.
And fun it was. A nice backflip for Carl, making his way down to the finish. You know, it's rare that we see Carl bobble a little bit, but I think it's a tough spot hanging up there after a long break.
Yeah, first to congratulate Ross Tester there. As we see Carl Ragnar Eriksson popping out of the gate straight off the nose of that. Look good in the air. We'll see if we can interpret what happened. I think he just landed straight in a bomb hole. It looks like his skis just ramped forward as soon as he landed. And this, you know, you get your hips behind your feet like that, it's really hard to gain control. And then just for the soul, a big lofty backflip on that wind lip. So not Carl's day today. Kristofer Turdell, you know, holding it down for Team Sweden. Edvin Olsson as well. A lot of Swedes on the Freeride World Tour these days. We thought the conditions were going to suit their style, but the American right now holding it down. So 46.67 for Carl, going to be 14th for him as we head straight back up to the top. The pace never lets up at the Freeride World Tour, and this young man, Dynastar rider Finn Griffith, riding out of Vail, Colorado. Podiums all over the Challenger, coming third overall. He gives a lot of credit to the Nichols brothers, Jack and Kevin, for being inspiring, for skiing with him, and for kind of cluing him into what it's going to be like at the Freeride World Tour. You know, those two athletes making a big splash here on the tour. And Finn Griffith now kicking off his Freeride World Tour career.
Coming in hot with a lot of energy and a big smile at the start gate. Also not able to make it through that top section. You know, I think as it gets more and more tracked, the more difficult it will be to ride through it smoother.
Yeah, the tracks and the tricky snow in combination proving a bit of a lethal 1-2, well, not lethal, but a tricky 1-2 there for Finn Griffith as the Vail rider going down right at the top. Almost a mirror image, slightly different takeoff angle, but mirror image of what we saw happen to Carl. So Finn Griffith, he's going to be disappointed with that. He had a stellar junior freeride career, you know, winning the overall IFSA North American Junior Tour, and then straight to the Challengers, or straight to the Challengers with a wild card and earning his way onto the Freeride World Tour on his first try. He is young, he's hungry for it, and I think this run not going to be indicative of what we're going to see from Finn over the course of the season. You can tell definitely disappointed. And you can see it with Carl too. The body language really changes, you know, after a tumble like that right at the top.
Yeah, you're processing your heartbreak on your way down. It's hard to stay focused on just moving. And yeah, these riders, they're thinking about what just happened. But you know, Finn, he's crashed in competitions before and then come back and won. So he's a resilient skier.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is just going to be a blip on the radar for Finn Griffith as he's just trying to make his way down to the finish. It's such a long face. You know, you really feel for these guys when they fall at the top and they have that whole ski down. One thing you may notice is Finn is avoiding the features on the way down. That is to credit the riders behind him. He's respecting the ones behind him, so he's not leaving more bomb holes on the face and tracking it up.
Yeah, no, it's good, bro. I'm good.
He's all good. Let's see if we can figure out what happened here. Finn landed.
Yeah, just got eaten by that snow. I think making any turns at high speed, it's 53 degrees, 50 degrees up there, and
getting all the way over through all those rocks, Landing, he looked okay, and then it was in the turn. He hit another bomb hole or an old track from another rider in the belly of the turn, and your weight's already distributed a little bit to the inside, and it just bounced him right off his feet, slapped him down on his side, and so unforgiving up there for the Dynastar rider. So Finn Griffith having a little chat to his American compatriot Ross Tester there, as he has held on to the hot seat since being the 5th man to drop. Ross Tester making a big splash.
Love you, Mom and Dad.
So a 12-point run there for Finn Griffith. That's going to be a throwaway. He's going to let that one go and bounce back when we head to Val Thorens in France next week for the first time. We've been at that brand new venue. 2 new stops in a row. It's going to be definitely an exciting start to the Freeride World Tour season here in 2025. All right, well, we are just about there with Ski Men heading back up. He is the 2022 Junior Freeride World Champion, riding out of Switzerland from Verbier, another part of the squad in Verbier, Legory. It is Martin Bender, and Martin kicking things off here on the La Bamba face.
This guy can do anything off of anything, so I think we're in for a real ride and seeing what choice he makes today.
Hand drag 360 into the central couloir. Martin Bender so smooth there, as now he's just trying to hold on to his speed. Another big 360, bringing the freestyle has become his trademark. And now with that aggression as he goes through the bottom of the skier's left couloir and picking up a handful of speed.
Yeah, he said he really wants to start doing bigger and bigger tricks in every single one of his runs, and we're seeing the way that he's...
Oh, he's good.
He's good. Throwing in freestyle trick after freestyle trick, 360 into backflip into 360.
Big cloud of snow there, as I think he needed to check up his speed into that backflip, and we lost him in the cloud. But he is still up, still riding, and he has been upside down and backwards more times than you can count already, and he's only at the halfway point of this run. So Martin Bender now making his way across. This section is extremely difficult to navigate. Everything is convex. It means it rolls away from you, airing into the couloir nice and clean. Now we're going to see what he's got for this freestyle section at the bottom, lining himself up with the lip. Cork 720, 2 rotations off axis, perfect landing. Martin Bender looking good as he comes into the lower section, clean off that part. Couple more boulders to navigate. And popping up onto the ridge and through the finish. Les Gorilles will be going nuts back in Verbier.
Nice one.
All right, well, top to bottom, this run, Hadley, just packed with tricks.
Yeah, you know, you couldn't really take your eye off for a second until he was back doing another spin, another flip, another 720. This guy knows how to have air and style.
Yeah, for sure. Multiple 360s. The hand drag at the top, overexposure. And that was where he kind of clouded himself in and then laced this big backflip into that pocket. Looks like his one ski got a little caught up in the snow, but he was able to hold on to it, and he kept himself from ejecting into that wall. And then the cork 720 coming out of it at exactly the right time. Such great air awareness from the former Freeride Junior World Champion. We've got a handful of Junior World Champs in the field, including both the man in the hot seat and the next man in the start gate. The Junior World Championships proving to be a hotbed of young talent.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. The Junior Tour was just starting when I was on the tour, and you can really see how effective that program has become in feeding athletes into the Freeride World Tour. Athletes that are much more prepared, super strong, really focused.
Yeah, the Junior Tour is razor sharp in New Zealand, in North America, in South America, in Europe, across the globe.
The flat, Toby, so sick. Tiemo was just so... Yeah, so perfect. The spot in between the two. Yeah, so sick. Yeah. The people's champs. Yeah. Wow, it's impressive.
Well, the boys just chatting about Toby Rafford's run. You know, they have so much respect for each other. They get so fired up by each other's runs, and you know, they are collectively raising. collectively raising the level of the entire sport as they just push each other and push the sport to new boundaries. We've seen, particularly in ski men, the average age has come down.
Yeah,
Sick. Congrats.
thanks.
Well, Bender doing some quick math. Ross guaranteed to be on the podium.
I don't know, it was a bit scary.
Sitting in first with only 2 scores yet to drop. 1, the skiing is done, and the next one is standing nervously up at the top.
Which one did you hit going into the
Same as you. Yeah, same as you.
That one is sick, actually. I thought it was going to be punchy.
Yeah, same.
Chill.
I was like, oh, am I at the good spot? Because I see no tracks, it was so icy. Then I jump and say, oh, okay, it's the good one.
Yeah.
Because I see the landing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear Martin saying when you're the first one to go someplace new, you don't have tracks to follow, and you got to be precise with your visual inspection in that case.
Yeah, and it comes to a point where you're just backing yourself. You have to convince yourself that you know where you're going and you're going the right way, and he certainly was there.
Tiemo, t'es un stremon, mec. Faut prévenir, j'ai failli faire un arrêt cardiaque. Ouais, il était kiffant. Mais je pense que j'étais pas assez vite. Tout le run. Bullshit.
Well, no speed lacking in that run from Bender. As now the judges get into work. We've only got him and Maxime Chabloz left. Here we go. The judges have had their say. And the score up, 80.33. So Martin Bender into 7th with that run. The judges working hard today. And that one is for the crew at home, Les Gorilles, the Verbier Freeride squad. And we are heading back up to the top for the 2022 Freeride World Champion, Maxime Chabloz, riding out of Switzerland. Also a Freeride Junior World Champion. This guy is ready to go. Fired up. 10 seconds to go for the Swiss rider, a freestyle wizard. He's also currently the world champion of kiteboarding. There's nothing that Chabloz can't do. And coming out with some crisp jump turns, 360 right off the top.
Little bit of a back slap, but he's able to bring the control with a little sliding 360 on the ground and into the chute.
And a huge 360 transfer. So Maxime Chabloz with a hot start to his Freeride World Tour run here. Baqueira Beret providing the backdrop. Maxime Chabloz providing the action as he is absolutely firing down the middle section of this face. Some riders taking this as a rest, but not Chabloz. He is absolutely flying right now.
You can see in his riding, he is eager to get to the next spot, the next air, the next place to do a trick.
Yeah, some riders are patient with this section. Not Chabloz coming into this big wind lip and pulling out a double backflip. Gets it around. No, he bounces out of the landing. That was a bold move from Maxime Chabloz. He has so many of those tricks on lock, but the snow just not cooperating with Chabloz today. Floating a 360 off the final wind lip.
Making his way to the finish. Won't be the exact run that he wants, but really shows that he's committed to those tricks. Into the finish line. The final rider of the ski men. This was such a good show from everyone.
God, that was bad.
Well, we look back up at the top, these jump turns just setting the bar, and then this 360 straight out of the start gate off a cliff that's really caused some problems for other riders today.
Yeah, you see just straight back onto the tails of his skis and had to really fight hard to bring it back into control.
I love this transfer. We saw Cody Bramwell using that one. Only 2 of them in the entire men's field even saw that, and Maxime Chabloz picture perfect on that one. And then down here, picking up all the speed, laid out double backflip landing and just tipping to the inside, not quite able to hold on.
No, he's one of the first men to really use that wind lip, and maybe it's just not set up enough and didn't give him as much speed as he was hoping for. But not one to let a wind lip go by. A little bonus 360 for the end.
No wind lip goes untricked for Maxime Chabloz. Some really, really impressive parts of that run for the 22 world champ, rookie of the year that year, of course, and then runner up in 23. That's a 52-point run.
Not bad. Would have been a sick run, but snow is not good enough.
All right, well, the take from Maxime, waving goodbye, and that does it for the ski men's category, as there is the winner, back in the saddle, back in the hot seat, and back on top, Ross Tester.
Look at that smile.
And what a show we just had from ski men, as this is where we ended up.
We've got Ross Tester smiling and happy in first place, Toby Rafford with the oozing run behind him, and Ben Richards rounds it out with third. Valley out of Austria coming in fourth, and Tiemo with fifth place.
Yeah, your top five all with banger runs there as we move down through the rest of the field. Some heavy, heavy crashes from the ski men's field. The La Bamba face definitely proving its mettle as a Freeride World Tour venue. Tom Pfeiffer, Tams Marvell, and Mathys Fornasier having some scary moments up on the face today as we see our three podium finishers.
What a run those three boys made, and really all the male skiers to start on a brand new face, La Bamba. Even playing field, and they showed that they had what it took.
Yeah, one rookie, one returner, and one back on a wild card, and those three men. So here's where we stand overall. Again, very similar to what we saw in the standings from the event. Ross Tester now leading the Freeride World Tour. Toby Rafford in second. Ben Richards holding down the top three as we make our way through. Weitien Ho there in sixth, Turdell in eighth, and you can see the cut line. So Marcus Gogan just on the uphill side of that, Maxime Chabloz on the downhill side. That is, of course, going to change and evolve through the season. We're only one competition in, so I don't want to say it means nothing, but it means just a tiny bit more than nothing right now after run number one. We have wrapped up snowboard men and ski men. The La Bamba face providing the backdrop, Baqueira Beret providing the canvas. Unbelievable show at the Freeride World Tour. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Stop number one in the beautiful and spectacular Baqueira Beret, Spain. We are set for ski women. This place absolutely going off. It's just such an incredible backdrop for the start of the Freeride World Tour season. The riders loving it. You're getting a look there at how gnarly it is up at the top. There's no room to move around. Here is who we're looking at for ski women, Hadley?
We're starting off again with a rookie right in the start gate, opening up the face for the ski women, Britta. And then we're moving along. We've got Lena behind her. Lily Bradley is back after some injuries. And then you have some old heavy hitters, Elizabeth Gerritsen, Ariana Tricomi, bringing in the real expertise and seasonality, and finishing off with Jenna Keller will wrap up the ski women, the category after my own heart. I'm so excited to watch these girls ride.
So a bunch of veterans, some world champions, bookended by 2 rookies, start and finish. The ski women are ready to go. You can see getting themselves warmed up. There's some snowboard women up there now. Peak performance, fun bet, fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride. 75% of you voting for last year's runner-up overall, Astrid Cheylus, Justine Dufour-Lapointe, the Freeride World Tour champion of 2023, 59%, and Ari Tricomi, 3-time Freeride World Tour champion with 56. So tight at the top. Peak performance, fun bet is your opportunity to get involved, get some skin in the game for Freeride. I'm Derek Foose. I'm joined by Hadley Hammer, and we are bringing you all the action from the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. We are in Spain. It's the first stop on the Freeride World Tour. We're 2 categories in. We've seen the boys, snowboarders, and skiers go, and now it is time for the ladies to shine on this face. We saw some of the later skiers struggle with some of the tracks and some of the bomb holes. We'll see if any of the women are either going to adjust their plans to get into cleaner areas, or if they're just going to muscle through. I mean, these are the top skiers on the planet. They certainly have the ability, but it does get more challenging with more tracks on the face. All right, well, we have here Britta Winans, 22 years old, riding out of Palisades in Lake Tahoe. She gives so much credit to Mia and Annika, her big sisters, for her style. She is so aggressive right out of the start gate.
You were wondering if they were going to go tentative, and I think we have our answer. Oh, holding on just to the very end.
Britta almost free-falling in that side slip. She was still going. I mean, this face is steep. A big tumble there for the young Californian athlete. Just still trying to get her feet under her so she can actually slow down.
Yeah, like we said, the top is steep, and those mistakes at the top, the consequences that you're going to have a quick fall towards that middle section where the terrain starts to level out.
Wow, well, Britta looked so strong right out of the top, and you can actually see this is a great indication of how firm this snow is. She's having a real hard time just stopping herself from sliding. It's really firm on the surface, and if you watch Ski Men and Snowboard Men and saw some of them getting into trouble, well, this is the exact reason why. It is really stiff on the surface and still sliding there for Britta Winans, finally able to stop herself, getting under control after a wild ride down La Bamba.
Yeah, and you can see the heartbreak and the emotions on that one. That's a long, scary fall for her, and she did the right thing. She stayed calm with her body. There's the wave that she's okay. And just waited until the terrain stopped her instead of trying to force anything and sending herself into more tomahawks.
Well, and you can even from this far away, just see the emotion there from Britta. Absolutely devastated. As we look back at the start, she looked really solid. She got her skis sideways there, and then it pitches over so steep she just couldn't slow down.
Yeah, just got a little bit high-sided, and then the gear started coming off there with that steep, steep snow, taking her down to the lower section of the mountain.
Trying so hard to stop, and then, it was the reconnection with the soft snow. It goes rapidly from ice to soft snow and back to ice, and then Britta skis above her as she picks up speed sliding, and here's where the speed comes and then sets Britta into a really rough fall. Not able to self-arrest.
No, I think in those conditions it's nearly impossible.
So Britta getting checked out. We've got the medical team on site, patrollers, guides, and doctors all over the face. Britta has suffered in the past from a couple of really, really serious knee injuries, so hopefully her knees are all right. As looked like one of those skis especially didn't come off for quite a while, so that's a lot of torque put on the joints as an athlete is is falling. So while she's getting checked out, you can see the Snowboard Men from the earlier category operating as ski runners. Getting a look at the setup here. That's the judges squad.
Enjoying the sun. I hope they have a good amount of sunscreen on here in Spain where the sky is blue.
Hadley, we're seeing the riders at the top now, the remaining riders in the ski women's field. What does that do for the headspace when you watch one of your friends do that and to start the category off?
This can really, if you're not mentally strong, this can throw your game off significantly. And I think, you know, when I was a competitor, I always took the strategy of staying pretty far away from the start gate, staying away from the crowds, and really trying to stay in my head and moving through those periods of time with as much meditation, breathing skills. It's a whole, I mean, yes, skiing is the main skill set, but what comes with that is mental skill set, resiliency, and being able to stay focused. You know, I think it's also, these riders, these are their friends. They want to see them do well. They're worried about them. It can be quite a heartache.
So getting word from the medical team up on the venue, not a knee issue. She says she's got a sore shoulder, just debating now if she's going to be able to ski down. I mean, her equipment is also strewn across the face. But yeah, right now a sore shoulder for Britta Winans. Obviously, they're going to look a lot deeper into that to see exactly what's going on. But a little bit of a relief, given that she suffered from these knee injuries in the past. I mean, it's never a relief for a rider to be feeling injured on the mountain, especially the first rider in a category. A tough break for the young rookie, as she was looking really strong and aggressive right out of the start. Such a solid skier, you know, winning first overall in the Challenger Tour last year. We got the peak performance, giant airbed there for the crowd to hang out and enjoy the show. Nothing enjoyable about that one, though, as we wait for word about Britta Winans. Sore shoulder from the young rookie out of California. Really tough start. Like you said, now the riders up top, they need to gather themselves. They need to stay strong. I think you're right, the strategy of just kind of not watching, not paying too much attention to it. But it's hard when it's your friends down there.
Yeah, and that's a thin razor edge up there. They don't have a lot of space. They don't have a lot of room to move around. And they've got to stay flexible. They've got to stay pumped and ready and warm.
Yeah, and it's hard to turn your back on the face and just look out across the valley when you hear the riders who are watching going, oh, yeah, or woo, or all the different reactions there. So Britta Winans right now being cared for by the medical team, or the response team, I should say, here on the Freeride World Tour. As we said, there are patrollers, guides, and doctors hidden all over the mountain, tucked up into little caves, making sure they stay out of the way of the riders, but able to access them immediately as needed. Oh, there's one of Britta's skis showing up on scene.
The second ski is there for her.
So the Snowboard Men getting put to work after their runs, flown back up by helicopter to the top to act as ski ninjas.
Yeah, and it just shows, and I hope everyone knows that's watching, how communal the sport of free ride skiing and snowboarding truly is. It's about a community. It's about helping each other, supporting each other. You see that with the athletes hanging out at the hotel, scoping together, staying friends for 10, 20, 30 years. It's such a beautiful aspect of a competitive sport that's really got a lot of soul. And she's up and moving. You can see she's holding her shoulder a little bit, but on her feet and heading down towards the finish line. Again, with those snowboarders right behind in support.
Yeah, Britta looking pretty tender there, making her way off the mountain under her own power, but definitely holding her shoulder. That is a really tough break for Britta Winans. So much promise. I mean, just dominating on the challengers last year. Skied so strong, so hard. You know, she had quite a season last year, graduating from university and qualifying for the Freeride World Tour at the same time. A busy young woman studying journalism, wants to be a freelance journalist, and is actually documenting her entire journey on the Freeride World Tour. So love to see that the art of writing still alive and well in the youth.
Yeah, I love that. There's a lot of girls that love to write, love to read, and that certainly makes my heart soar for all the nerds out there.
Well, and Britta, another member of the Freeride Overachievers family. There's so many of these riders are not just professional athletes, but also incredible at many other things. Super diverse skill set. Yeah, Britta opting for the freelance journalism, but right now our hearts go out to her. Hopefully that shoulder is not in too bad a shape. We do have a fairly quick turnaround before we go to Val Thorens in France. So we're going to see, once we get word about what's going on with Britta, we will make sure to let everyone at home know, as I'm sure people a bit worried about the young athlete. That was a big, long crash. And as you said earlier, Hadley, scary when you just can't self-rest and you just keep sliding and sliding and sliding.
Yeah, but I was really proud the way that she held on, didn't try to force anything, make any big moves. You really sometimes have to let the terrain dictate where you're going and staying cool and calm and collective. And I think she's got the headspace and the experience to do so. And she's got, you know, the whole Palisades community behind her, her sisters, and now all of her new friends on the rookie, the Freeride World Tour as the rookie. And I think she'll see a lot of love this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's something to be noted that the level of accomplishment and savvy in the mountains for these athletes at such a young age, you know. All right, well, we are down in the finish area with the local legend, the mustachioed mafioso, Abel Moga, Spanish rider. What a day for you, Abel.
How are you, Fus?
Well, we're doing pretty good up here. Hey, I don't know if you've heard yet, but...
Have you seen the show?
I have seen the show. How are
crazy,
you enjoying it?
Ski man category, it's blowing my mind all the time, dude. Okay, what's the question again, please?
Well, we have your run up on the screen. I just want to know how you felt about it. So technical and so fast up in that upper section.
Yeah, I'm really proud about my top section. And I really had fun there, but I kind of break my teeth on the landing, so I was with my mouth really with like sand. So that's why after that I was like going like pretty chill and just trying to go to the lip to do the front flip.
Well, Abel, I have some news for you. Based on your performance today, we are very happy to let you know that you have earned a season wildcard for the Freeride World Tour.
Really?
Really?
Fuck! I didn't expect that. Oh, wow.
All right, Abel, we got to get back to this competition so we can catch up after, but you can just let that soak in.
Perfect.
Welcome back to the tour, Abel Moga.
I appreciate it.
All right, well, the fans happy about that one. Abel Moga back in the mix. He certainly has the level to do it. And their reaction from the rest of the squad, people are stoked. Everybody loves that.
Yeah. There'll be no goodbyes for him after this one. He's on for the ride.
Well, back to the action. We go from one rookie to the next peak performance rider. This is Lena Kohler, young German rider, second on the Challenger Tour. She is an absolute charger. And without hesitation, Lena Kohler on the face.
She's coming in. She's making clear, concise turns in that top. Oh,
and Lena coming apart, a big tumble.
Oh no.
She's again working on stopping herself. Unfortunate yard sail there.
She looks furious. Absolutely fierce. Lena Kohler was so fired up to get things going, and you could see the body language from both her and Britta Winans so aggressive out of the start. They were not here to play. They were looking to light it up on the world stage, and the snow conditions just not cooperating for the women. I mean, that was aggressive, rivaling Tom Pfeiffer's tomahawk here.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, she's just got that, as you said, great, strong body language, 4-point, leaning into the fall line, just getting up high-sided onto one ski and into a series of tomahawks, luckily able to stop herself before getting too far down. I talked to Lena before the season started, and she really wanted to lean into that race background that she has, her solid, strong skiing.
Oh, yeah, you could see on that bump, it just kicked her left ski up in the air. And, I mean, that's your contact ski. That's the ski where all the pressure comes from, all your directional control. When that ski's off the snow, well, that's the result. That's what happened. So Lena Kohler going down hard right up at the top of the face. She was able to stop herself there. I think almost looking more angry than sad, as she knew she had a big plan going. I got to talk to her about her line selection yesterday with a big air at the bottom of the face. Unfortunate for Lena Kohler there, as the Snowboard Men operating as ski ninjas are busy.
Putting them to work, but you know, Derek, it makes my heart soar seeing how confident and aggressive these women are coming out of the start gate. There's no hesitation. They are going for it, and it really shows the level of commitment and riding just continuing to rise with the ski women.
Yeah, the rookies definitely not acting like rookies. They're not timid at all. They're comfortable in the mountains. They know how to do it in competition. The snow definitely playing a little bit of a factor. I mean, there may be some benefit to just pulling back on the reins a little bit, pushing on the brake pedal, but I don't think that's in the DNA of these athletes. So it's we're going to see as we progress through the ski women's field if this continues. Two rookies going down hard, but we have plenty of veterans in the field that have a bit more experience at this level and probably have 6 different plans going based on what's happening on the face underneath them.
I think so, definitely. And you could see the veterans talking to them yesterday, talking to Elizabeth. She had some fear around the venue, and I think that creates a bit of a refinement in your technique, a refinement of your line choice. If you get scared, you know that you've got to pay a little bit more attention.
Yeah, and the rookies just going out with a full fire burning under their toes and proving not to be all that functional so far. So Lena Kohler up and moving. She's going to make her way down the rest of this extremely intimidating and challenging La Bamba face at Baqueira Beret. Always a bit of a tough ask for a rider to get up and keep skiing after a tumble like that. I mean, Lena just going head over heels multiple times. It makes you dizzy cartwheeling like that.
It really does, but she's a solid skier. She's based out of Innsbruck right now, getting a lot of time on snow. You know, she traveled and taught skiing in Japan after high school, and that's where she discovered free riding. And it's such a cool progression to go from teaching others and then seeing what you can do for yourself.
Well, the peak performance rider, not the debut on the Freeride World Tour she was hoping for, but I feel like we saw enough to know that the possibility of a win for this young woman is absolutely there. She went out with fire, with heat, with aggression. You can see there that just combination of different snow conditions over the backside of some of those rolls. It's just full on ice. And there we see Britta Winans getting her shoulder tended to by the medical team here at Baqueira Beret. She's looking definitely like she is just breathing through the pain.
Yeah, I mean, those falls, that is a long time to be tumbling down the mountain, and it takes a while to be unshaken from that. But like you said, I think with both Lena and Britta, even with just seeing a few turns at the top, we can with full confidence say they deserve to be here and that we're going to see a lot of great riding from them in the future.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the level is 100% there. and they're going to need to bounce back. They're going to need some resiliency to come back from this. But you said it during the ski, man. All of these athletes have crashed in competition before. It's part of the game, and so coming back from it is something that they're comfortable with. They're used to. So that's going to be a no score for Lena, and she's going to come back in Val Thorens. You can see she's just. Oh, proud of you. Well, she's laughing at the bottom, so physically okay. And we're back up to the top, riding right out of Kirkwood, or sorry, out of Palisades in Tahoe. Lily Bradley, injured last year, and Lily back on the tour. Ski fast, have fun. That is their mantra, and they are putting it to work. High speed, this is veteran skiing here.
Exactly, as you said, you can tell that Lily, they know when to shut it down and how to shut it down. Finding those good pockets of snow to control your speed is key, and we can tell that Lily knows how to do this.
Using the wall there to slow down. So Lily gaining a feature there, but managing to stay in control, and it's going to get harder and harder to be in control as we move through the day. Another air, the trademark style for Lily Bradley as they're coming down now to this closeout. Only one way out, and that's in the air, stomping that one too. Now Lily's going to have a chance to catch her breath as they cook across, adjusting the goggles.
I mean, that's a sign of confidence and ease if you can adjust your gear on the fly. They are really, really moving through this bottom terrain, and I think my guess is they are feeling quite good to make it through that top section after watching those crashes.
One of the brightest sparks on the Freeride World Tour. Anytime you want to smile or you want to improve your mood, go see Lily, and they'll make you just a little bit happier. Now, this part of the face, you know, we've described it. It's a break for some. Whoa! Lily getting a little bit caught up in that weird snow. A huge backflip. Hold on, Lily.
Come on. Oh. Not able to hold it on. You can see that real compression and thick snow just ate her ski at the bottom of it, but beautiful laid out backflip.
Looks like Lily maybe a bit stuck in the crust there. Wow. Well, okay, there's the head tap. So we got a mix of, oh, and there's the cheer, a mix of Region 1 and Region 2 I'm okay signals. Lily Bradley, you know, we talked about the keeping it under control at the top, and then they went for that enormous backflip on the wind lip. So veteran skiing up on top, clean off that one, and then able to be patient enough to control the speed and use the wall to do it with that little flick turn.
Yeah, I think when the snow gets bad, you're really looking for those singular pockets to turn into, to use the terrain to control your speed. This is a beautiful backflip.
Lily was so high. I think they overshot the transition on that one. Caught up a little bit. I wonder if they were maybe planning on a little bit of a check turn. Falling out of the sky from that backflip and then into some of the holes. That was an abrupt stop there for Lily too. I hope she's okay. Looks
yeah.
looks like yes.
They are such a fun rider to see. You've got that California style. I got to ski with her a little bit before her tour last year in Chamonix, and yeah, those transitions come real quick. But really, you just following Lily is a joy. She turns the whole mountain into a playground.
Yeah, that was really exciting. A double crash there for Lily Bradley as they make their way into the finish arch. It's going to be a bit of an uphill sidestep, but what a statement. Not here to mess around, backflipping as big as anyone else in the entire competition today. Unfortunately, landing in a little bit of a hole and unable to pull it off. Let's see if we got the big trademark Lily Bradley smile here at the bottom. Well, we didn't get to see face mask up for Lily Bradley. So 3 up, 3 down as we move on in the field. Astrid Cheylus riding out of La Clusaz here with her coach, the legendary Sebni Schöder. Astrid, runner-up last year. She wants a title this year, and let's see how she fares here on the La Bamba face.
Straight onto the face. I think smart, taking a new entrance in, hopefully finding some good snow.
Oh, a little hung up there, but managing to stay on her feet. Astrid making history last week at Nanda with a double backflip, absolutely stomped, and now just kind of regrouping as she comes into the same air. We saw Lily hit holding on, using the fall line, needs to slow down a little bit, but able to, I mean, Astrid is so strong, spending as much time in the gym as she can. Recently, a new competitor on the Kiteboarding World Cup, so Astrid now showing that technique.
You really have a complete rider. She's got tricks, she's got World Cup style race skiing. She can do it all, and I mean, first woman to put a double backflip in a competition. That record, that piece of history is hers forever, and I think that first place title, she's aiming for it, and it's a huge focus. She did say on Instagram yesterday she's got a bit of a knee injury. She's not sure what's up, and maybe there's some tentativeness, but I think she showed her strength by sticking to her feet in that top section.
Yeah, sticking to her feet and sticking to the plan. You know, no plan survives first contact, right? Mike Tyson said everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. As soon as you get on the venue, you feel the snow, you start to get going, and it's hard to stick to it, but Astrid doing it right on the line that she selected. So she's got to stay on her feet now for the rest of the way. She will be the first woman to complete a run if she's able to get to the bottom intact, as she's now coming into this wind lip, laying out a backflip, and perfect execution.
I guess once you do 2-1, it's probably pretty simple for you. Still able to pick off a few more terrain features as she makes her way down to the bottom of the finish.
Yeah, nice cross-court feature finish there for Astrid Cheylus. So the knee pain clearly not giving her any pause. Well, somebody loved it. All right, let's take a look back at this run from top to bottom, Adley.
Again, she's controlled at the top. I'm sure she was learning from the riders before her. Maybe not enough speed then, but able to keep it together, move off of that knife edge cliff and right into the gully. Yeah, such a delicate balance there, because if you pump off that one, then you're just accelerating. And here, Astrid showing how deep her freestyle bag of tricks runs, just getting the tips around at the right time. You can see she got a little folded at the waist. It was not short, but as close as you'd really want to be. You can see the core strength in the recovery there. Yeah, extra credit air to finish things off. Our Mammut line tracker showing the path that Astrid Cheylus taking down the face here. All smiles, mostly smiles at the bottom. So a 77. That's going to set the bar for ski women. Into the hot seat she'll go for the next rider. Yeah, and Astrid's showing some love for the folks at home. You can see the skis look like they caught a few rocks on the way down. So Astrid Cheylus setting the bar for ski women, completing her run with a huge backflip at the bottom. We're back right up to the top. Chloe Hare, she has had a great season on the Challengers. Chloe riding at a Telluride, Colorado. She is a technician. Connor Pelton, former freeride competition, was her coach for a long time. And you can see that in the way that Chloe can work through rocks. Yeah, Chloe just making her way out here to start from Ophir, Colorado. She said it's a town so small that people normally don't know where it is, but we got a shout out to the folks back in Ophir, as Chloe Hare now making her way through an extremely technical section, getting up and over those rocks and now making her way into the central couloir. Yeah, she gets so comfortable. The steeper it gets, you really see that she knows where to put her ski and how to keep moving down the fall line in tricky terrain. Wow, this is really complex terrain. First time that Chloe has done visual inspection, knowing exactly where she's going. That was an incredible line selection. Visual inspection, she was really nervous about it coming into the season, but clearly knew exactly where she's going. Now Chloe with a bunch of speed. That was really impressive from the young Colorado rookie, as that was just such complex terrain management, and she aced it. And she was putting in the first tracks. Again, that takes so much confidence, so much boldness to go where people aren't going. It's harder to orientate yourself, and it was no problem for her, and it seems like the bottom of the venue is no problem either. Yeah, Chloe knowing exactly where she's going. Oh no! Just tipping over to the inside on that side hill. Looks like she lost a pole there, but continuing down. Yeah, you only have to have 2 skis on to finish, so that won't affect the score, but the control issue definitely will, as it looked like the tip in the terrain just kind of
throwing Chloe out of sorts. Well, okay. A sigh of relief. Okay.
Oh, this is really cool. Chloe was immediately, when she was inspecting, drawn to this technical rocky terrain. Oh, and she moves through it with such confidence and dedication to the fall line. Yeah,
doubling out of there. Such clean skiing. Chloe, an aspiring novelist. You know, another member of the Freeride World Tour Writers Club. The bars there on technique and fluidity absolutely maxing out. Yeah, just getting a little compressed there in the transition between the two panels, facing slightly different directions. Uphill ski getting a little, I think, caught up in the crust, honestly, for Chloe Hare, but a very solid debut on the Freeride World Tour. That Mammut line tracker, look at where she traveled through. That was an incredible performance for the young American rider. 67.67 for Chloe Hare, so moving into second for the Ophir, Colorado native. Thumbs up, she's all smiles at the bottom.
Do I go?
Oh, that's good rookie moments there. What do I do?
Where am I?
That was awesome. Great debut there for Chloe Hare on the Freeride World Tour, making our way through the ski women's category. Stop number 1 on the Freeride World Tour by peak performance. Scott rider Molly Armanino, wildcard back onto the tour. Aggressive, fast, technical, and bold. Those are the highlights of Molly Armanino's style as she kicks her run off here at the top of the La Bamba face.
Keep your eyes on the screen. This girl moves quickly and precisely. Perfect creative way to make it through that top section of the venue that was quite a challenge for both men and women, and taking that far skier's right ridge line.
Yeah, you can see it's getting harder and harder for the skiers to stay connected to that downhill ski, which provides them with all of their grip. Molly Armanino coming across the top of this little cornice section through the pepper and down now into the couloir, making her way up and over with a little popper onto the ridge top.
Saying hi to the photographer on the course and into that second goalie. I think she's lining herself up to sort of ramp up the speed and keep the control in this top steep section.
Yeah, Molly looking like she's searching for something, as now letting off the brakes a little bit onto the throttle. The snow getting trickier and trickier as we move through the day, and the shade moves across this face. Molly Armanino now exiting the couloir with an air and getting onto that right ski to move across far skier's left.
You can see she just stands so strong on top of both of her skis.
Now we've got the big open section. This is where riders find their direction, kind of regroup a little bit mentally and physically. We heard from some of the riders earlier in other categories, their legs are cooked by the bottom of this. So over 400 meters of vertical. That's 1,200 feet, I think, for our metrically challenged fans.
Almost closer to 15.
Yeah, it's a long way. It's a long way down, and the riders are, you know, every moment they put in on the treadmill, on the gym, on the bike is paying off now. Molly's super strong rider as she's making her way into this rollover maze. The terrain just drops away from you, so it's really hard. You can see she's kind of got her head, you know, poked out, trying to figure out exactly where she's going, make sure she's in the right place.
Yeah, and this is terrain made for Molly's style. She loves technical. She loves these rocky couloir, fast Tahoe-like snow.
Now Molly into the straight line and out through the bottom section, popping over another rock section. So adding features to the line score all the way down. Molly Armanino, there's still quite a few pieces of terrain left underneath as she's got this cornice air launching off that and connecting back with the snow. She's got the finish line in sight. Molly Armanino now across the line.
You can see that experience that she's had this is her 3rd year on the tour, and really knowing how to ski that top section well and in control. As we look back at her run, perfect jump turns in the top. You can see how chewed up that snow is, and she just continues to drive through it.
Catching a little grab there up onto the ridge top. I cannot overstate the difficulty of visual inspection on a face this size. There's so many pieces that the riders have to put together to continue to know where they're going, and this view gives you a real indication. It rolls away in every direction. Molly getting the air off the cornice. Another grab there, so adding to the air and style category.
She really made use of as much of the terrain features as she could find, building up that score as she descended down the mountain.
All right. Well, Molly Armanino.
Yeah, I just like couldn't get an edge on like anything. Yeah.
So a 57-point run for Molly puts her into third. Chloe Hare in second, and Astrid Cheylus sitting on the hot seat right now.
Almost crashed at the start. Yeah. I kind of just fell down the whole thing.
Listening to, I mean, so humble, Molly there. The snow conditions are tricky, and the riders are doing their best with what they have in front of them and under their skis. We go right back up to the top. An extremely exciting wild card here. The world champion Elizabeth Gerritsen, riding out of Verbier, 8 seasons on the tour, took last year off, but she is back and she's fired up. She was pretty excited to come back.
Coming back with very little notice, about a week before the first comp date did she know she was getting the wild card on the tour, and we'll see how that veteran status really helps her navigate this top section.
I mean, Elizabeth is just so comfortable in gnarly terrain, and she has such great style on her skis. 2021 world champ for a reason, as Ellie now making her way into this rider's right section, finding features all the way through, kind of maxing out the potential that she has in this section, over all the way to the rider's right, getting a little sat down there.
Continuing through and probably going to make a bit of a double out of this. Oh. Same place that we saw Tom get taken down.
Wow. A huge cartwheeling crash for Elizabeth Gerritsen. And she's waving right away. Well, it looks like the speed is getting harder and harder to manage on that side of the face. As soon as you let go in the fall line, that was very similar to what we saw from Tom and from Britta, where as soon as the speed kind of ramps up, it's just so hard to control.
But let's look at this top section where she had all the slough going, really able to manage the snow well and bringing a new entrance to that top hit.
Yeah, I like the way she did that. We saw Astrid get kind of tangled up on that one, but Elizabeth with just a little bit more speed. And then in the fall line here, now she's stuck straight lining and landing and just unable to hold on. The G-forces, they stack up on you so quickly there. And Elizabeth just getting completely stretched out. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, you could tell she was even trying to control the speed before that. And it's really a game of like full commitment in the fall line. And
which she did.
Yeah.
She did. I mean, you get in that position and you have to commit, or if you throw your skis sideways, you're going to have the same result. So Elizabeth now just kind of pondering what just happened to her. She was put through the washing machine on that crash. So ski women, things are getting heavy out here on La Bamba for the women.
Certainly are, and yeah, as you said, we're seeing the conditions change, and particularly we're seeing the light change quite a bit. And it's up to these girls at the top, both the ski women and the snowboard women, to maintain a good headspace and get ready for their run.
You can see Kristofer Turdell in the background, looking like they've taken not just the snowboard men to act as ski runners, but the entire field. Looks like might be something wrong with Ellie's ski there. Hopefully she's going to be able to put it back on. Possibly a broken binding. I mean, that was a lot of force.
Yeah.
A lot of force that went through that ski.
See the riders at the bottom enjoying being done with the stress for at least today.
Yeah, I mean, how good does it feel to be in that position?
There's not much better besides maybe taking off your ski boots at the end of the day.
So the snowboard women, they're going to be taking notes up there, watching the ski women and the difficulties that they're coming across here on the La Bamba face. Taking no prisoners today, as we've seen quite a few heavy crashes from this group. Erin Sauvé, your reigning world champion, just getting in the groove, vibing out on the summit in the sunshine. as Elizabeth Gerritsen still working on collecting the pieces that she lost along the way in that aggressive crash. And Astrid Cheylus, comfortable in the hot seat, getting the buff up there to keep the sun off her face. Make sure you get the sunscreen on. Texting the folks at home. See Jenna Keller there warming up. So many of these riders, you know, they're taking the full athletic approach. It's been one of the evolutions of the Freeride World Tour, where these riders they're treating it as a job, and their focus and their training and everything. And it is, you know, you've seen the level rise, I think, as a result of that.
Yeah, it's so cool to see riders having the resources, the physical training, having access to coaching. It just makes the sport better at the end of the day, and you can see it in the way that everyone's skiing.
All right, well, Elizabeth Gerritsen there with a big wave, goggles in one hand, poles in the other.
Airing out those lenses. I mean, as we said, it's 5 competitions, so there's always one to throw away, and that also means to not count out any of these riders.
Oh yeah, the skill level is extremely high through the entire field in all 4 categories. So Elizabeth Gerritsen is just going to chalk that one up to a rough day in the office and move on. As Astrid Cheylus looks on, she knows there are many talented riders still up top, so definitely can't be too comfortable in the hot seat just yet.
Certainly not. I mean, right on Elizabeth's tail is Ari coming up, and
yeah,
she knows how to win too.
If you're sitting in the hot seat, you are going to be nervous when Ari Tricome comes into the start gate. So Elizabeth Gerritsen looking none the worse for wear as she makes her way down. Again, it's so long, you know, when you crash up high. We are back to the start, though, and we have your 3-time Freeride World Champion, 18, 19, and 20, back to back to back. She came back for an event wildcard in Fieberbrunn in 2023 and won that, too. It's been a long time since Ariana hasn't been a winner on the Freeride World Tour, and she's coming into this with a great mindset. She wants to have fun with the friends, and she is on course now in La Bamba.
She wants to have fun, but you know she also wants to win, and I think she's going to put a great run down to her feet, opting to take a really interesting run, similar to Elizabeth, using that ridge line and that fresher snow on the far skiers left to set up for this first air.
Yeah, picking that one up and landing just enough across the fall line that she's able to control her speed. Speed control has been absolutely critical on this part of the face. It's seen a lot of traffic. The snow is definitely a little bit chewed up, so you've got to be able to stay under control. And we saw with Elizabeth what happens when it gets away from you. But Ari Tricome looking really strong so far.
Yeah, she's making her way down the fall line, making her way through this darker section of the venue. It's a little bit probably harder to see over there, but I imagine the snow is staying a little bit more consistent, holding the firmness on the left side of the venue much better.
Ari in this really narrow section getting hung up. She knows she doesn't want to put it straight down there because we saw with Elizabeth exactly what can happen if you have too much speed on the exit. There's a mandatory air, so you have to drop over this little cliff to exit. Ari, perfect execution of that. Getting out of the tracks, that is veteran skiing right there. Moving over to the skier's right where it's not all chopped up and able to get way more of an edge, a consistent edge into the snow.
That's what 7 years on the tour teaches you. You know when to push it and when not to push it.
Yeah, those little tricks of the trade that you learn just from experience, and that was extremely wise skiing from Ari Tricome. Now, she's making her way down through this flatter section that, you know, we say it time and again, gives the riders a little bit of a break. This section is kind of this face is broken up into 2 big sections, the top and the bottom, and the characteristics are really different.
For sure, and you want to catch your breath, but you also don't want to get so relaxed because you still have a lot of skiing to do to get to the finish line.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the fire. So we got the wind lip section coming up. Ari kind of eyeing it up, seeing where she wants to go, which takeoff is going to be the juiciest for her. She was a pioneer in bringing freestyle into women's freeride skiing. Going for the 360, getting a little bit of a backslap there, but still, that is her trademark. We saw Ari bring that to the Freeride World Tour early in her career, and basically make a career of world championship titles out of it.
Exactly. It's so cool to see how you have people like Ari back on the tour, the ones that push the level a little bit higher, and then you have the rookies that are willing to push it even higher, which then, as a result, dominoes into the veterans pushing themselves, and that cycle just means the progression of skiing keeps going up.
Yeah, keeps going up, and Ari now over that final feature, holding on across the flats, arcing into the finish, and she is done.
Into the sunshine.
Well, a big hug there for Astrid Cheylus. Look at how steep this is. You can see the snow just pouring down the face off her skis.
This was really smart skiing for her at the top of the run, and then drops her straight down into those shadows. And this is where we saw again her experiencing, knowing how to have a lot of control before this hit so that she's able to ride through that really challenging snow conditions and terrain with ease.
Finding her takeoff. That lip is steep. It tossed her a little bit into the back seat, and you can see from the front side view, the skis go straight up the ramp, and all of a sudden your takeoff angle is not what you expected. And then Ari Trikomi right off the end of this. That is 3-time world champion skiing right there on the La Bamba face. Very direct, and you can see there's that big loop in the middle. That was critical for speed control.
Ciao, Belly. It's good to be back. Avec la machine.
Score dropping there for Ari Trikomi, 61.33. She's into third.
Yeah.
So sitting in a podium position right now with 4 riders to go. All of them absolute weapons on skis, so nobody can be comfortable yet. But I think you could take a little bit from the skiing of Ari Trikomi. That careful, steady skiing is going to be the kind of mandatory move. As soon as you let the speed gather too much, it's impossible to control.
Exactly. You can see really that top half of the face is fully in the shade now, and those riders have to adjust for the light changes. They have to adjust for the snow changes.
Back up to the top, we have our 2023 Freeride World Tour champion, peak performance rider, Justine Dufour-Lapointe. She's a 2-time Olympic medalist, 1 gold, 1 silver in moguls. Made the transition in 23 to freeride and earned herself a world title in doing it. And Justine is now on the La Bamba face, way up high.
Making great work out of these top sections. Again, controlled turns, controlling her speed. For a girl that lives in Montreal, she knows how to move on her skis.
Yeah, she's gained comfort in the big terrain rapidly. You know, she had a quick introduction to freeride, popping in and out there, so catching 2 airs for the price of 1. And Justine putting together the line score here as she skis down through the central couloir. You can see how shady it is. That makes the light a little bit more difficult for the riders to manage. Another air for Justine. So she is looking strong here now in the riders' left couloir and just maxing things out as she gets into the rocks, popping another feature. So absolutely jacking up the line score here for Justine Dufour-Lapointe. A really strong beginning half of this run as she collects a whole bunch of speed now across the flats.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the riders heading to skiers right, and Justine choosing to go, you know, where Victor went to that far left side and really finding a line in which you can pick up a lot of air and a lot of little nuggets along the way, which helped to just build that line score higher and higher.
Absolutely. It worked for Victor so far. Looking good for Justine. Got a couple of wind lips down here as she's approaching this one. Catching speed. Oh my God, a huge backflip for Justine and stomping it, getting her pole back into her hand. That was enormous as she makes her way. There's another wind lip here, and you can't let a wind lip go untricked. Justine now setting up and launching a big shifty, so she didn't quite have the speed. Hands in the air. Justine is stoked. So the level here, the freestyle edition on the Freeride World Tour for ski women, popping off another one, clearing the rocks. Wow. Oh, Justine Dufour-Lapointe lacing the La Bamba face, showing what's possible here.
This is a girl that believes in herself, and you can really see it in her riding.
Oh putain, ça allait tellement haut. Ça a popé comme ça, non? Ah, ça a tellement popé.
All right, well, catching up, we go back up to the top. Look at how steep this is. One hand dragging in the snow. airing out of the couloir, airing back out of the other side of the couloir.
Just such nice technique, control, and you really see the versatility of her riding has progressed so far. She's able to do these tricks off the wind lip and also manage herself in steep terrain. Huge backflip.
Yeah, Justine went so high on that. You can see her just elevate, tucking, opening up. That is years of mogul training to know exactly how hard to set the rotation, and then didn't have the speed for another flip there that we thought might be coming, catching this extra credit at the end, and then the hand goes up. She knows she just put down a banger on the Freeride World Tour, the peak performance rider. Incredible moments here in ski women. So we've seen both ends of the spectrum now from the ski women's category. That was mastery. And you got to think for Justine, you know, years of skiing icy moguls really paid off there. So the score coming up, bang, into the 80s. And Justine Dufour-Lapointe, Canadian ski royalty, into the hot seat. A big hug for Astrid, as Justine's going to take over the hot seat. Still 3 riders left, though. But she is fired up. That was an incredible run there for the Quebecois. And we move right back up to the top. Zuzana Witek, the Polish rider. She's been on the Freeride World Tour, riding for Scott. Had a win in Verbier to start the season, and then second in Verbier to finish the season. So the steeper and gnarlier, the better for Zuza.
Such great technique and skill riding for this rider. Seeing where she is orienting herself a little bit on the top end portion of the terrain and taking a different line than most.
Oh yeah, getting way over into
skiers left.
Into the Navarro territory. Now at the top of this big couloir. Looks like she's got something lined up over on the rider's left side. She does, popping off in the steeps. That is so committed to take a big air like that right at the top of a huge couloir.
And going where none of the other riders have gone so far. This shows her creativity. This shows her power in visual inspection. Knowing that she's riding a little bit later in the field and that she needs to find fresh tracks, a fresh face to paint.
Yeah, and Zuza lining up another one here, catching right off the nose, and another clean landing. So Zuzana Witek definitely making a solid case, popping off that little barely hidden rock. Sometimes you don't even know those are there and you just fly off them. And now picking up steam as she heads towards the lower section, regrouping for the Polish rider. You can see a bunch of tracks over here. We haven't seen nearly as many of the ski women in this section, and the ones that have gone over here, it's gone well for.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's so smart to use as many of the terrain features as you can, especially for these really technical, high-speed, big air riders.
So another clean one for Zuzana now, as she's got a few more features before she gets into the windlip department. Popping off that one now, picking up some steam. She's opting out of that windlip. That one, the takeoff is really steep. And you saw how high it threw Justine into the air.
And she had her own plan for a perfect side transfer.
Yeah, it just shows that there's so many ways to do this right off the top of that. Had to split her feet to avoid that rock.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Great riding by the rider out of Poland into the finish line, into the sun, down to all of her friends.
Well, that was a message to the Polish fans there from Zuzana. Big hug from Justine. As we said, all through the other categories, these riders are so supportive of each other. They get so fired up as we look back at the run from Zuzana Witek.
Yeah, you can see she's just really confident in finding her own way down the mountain. And by doing so, you see the power, the strength, and the commitment.
Yeah, I love that feature, that big air into the guts of that huge couloir. You know, the walls go up. There's no escaping once you're in. Adding a little trademark Zuza style with the shifty there. And then, as you said, finding a cool way down through this bottom section, having to split the feet to avoid that, but managing it perfectly.
Yeah, that's thinking on your feet, which is a skill. That was a really impressive way to make it through. Nice. Yeah, as you can see, she went where only Aymar has gone in the forerunning runs and made her own line down the mountain.
Well, we'll see what the judges thought about it. 73.33. So Zuzana Vitek just in behind Astrid Cheylus into third. A big hug for Justine there, taking over the hot seat. You can see the riders gathered. Look how it's such an impressive spot to hang out. The riders have all kinds of time up there. For some, it's great because they get to study the face. For others, it just builds the intensity of the moment. We are back up to the top with Taylor Dobbins, the American rider injured in the first event of the season out of Killington, Vermont. Grew up ski racing, competed on the Challenger Tour, and completed her law degree in the same year.
This is an incredible feat of time management. And Taylor able to work through that top section, getting a little hung up on the snow, but staying on her feet and controlling her speed.
So this rider opting to stay over riders right. We've seen a few of the athletes getting well, just finding it tricky over here, and you can even see by Taylor's pace, her trademark is speed. So if she's not skiing fast, there's a reason for that, popping off that one. And the reason is exactly this. You pick up speed instantly as soon as you point your skis downhill in the snow on this side of the venue. So Taylor Dobbins, very sensible riding here, moving over. There's plenty more features, and then the real crux of this comes below, where we saw it come get real tricky for Elizabeth Gerritsen. But Taylor able to hold on to the pace and put herself into position to pop out of this couloir with the mandatory air at the bottom.
Yeah, you see herself setting herself up, controlling her speed, and doing it perfect, just like Ari, finding that fresh snow to really dump some of the speed before you start making solid turns again.
Yeah, Taylor, she was a rookie on the Freeride World Tour last year. She only managed to do one competition before she injured her knee. She said she feels 100%. And right there, you can just see her showcasing that technique. She has such a good stance over her skis. The legs move out from under her with the upper body staying nice and quiet. Such a great skier. And Taylor Dobbins now through the shady and honestly very difficult part, the upper section of the La Bamba face, and now down into this more rolly and playful section.
I can imagine the sunshine feels great to feel in this section. Have a little bit of a second to regroup, get ready for the next series of windlips, and make your way down to the finish line.
So the sun just gleaming off that icy section. Taylor popping up and over, continuing with those trademark technical turns. And you can see not really leaving a deep track on this section, and then all of a sudden the snow gets quite a lot deeper here. So the snow's been pushed around a bunch by the wind, deposited in places, and scoured off in other places.
You really have to be a versatile rider and ready for anything, and knowing where exactly you're going to put every single turn.
So Taylor playing it safe here. I think for her, completing a Freeride World Tour run is a huge goal, and she is through the arch, and Taylor Dobbins finishing her run.
That's gotta feel so good.
Yeah, big smile there in the finish. She's intact, she's safe and sound, and she's got a Freeride World Tour run under her belt as we look back at the replay.
You can see in the top section again this great control of the speed, where it really was challenging for the others. She was able to shut it down, use the fresh snow when she could, and keep that 4-point over her feet, over her skis, and moving towards the fall line.
Yeah, lining that one up, popping out, and then you have to stay straight there because the terrain gets so narrow. But as you said, Taylor moving out to the right, popping off the windlip. Watching Taylor hit that, you know, you can see how much it kicks up. It's almost hard not to backflip it, as we saw from Justine there. But a solid run for Taylor Dobbins. We'll call this kind of her rookie season because she didn't get much of a go on it last year for the Dynastar rider. So score dropping for Taylor, a 50.67. So she's going to move into 7th for the Killington, Vermont athlete riding out of the USA. Redo on the rookie season there. So Justine Dufour-Lapont holding the top spot. Astrid Cheylus and Zuzana Vitek. That is your top 3. And rookie Chloe Hare still staying in touch there in 4th. A great start for her. I absolutely loved her run. And we are back up the final rider in the field. She was the winner of the Challenger Tour in Region 1, riding out of Verbier, working as a ski instructor. Jenna Keller, so versatile. Her technique on point. She's been working hard on her tricks. And Jenna heading out to the riders left.
Again, bookending our ski women with 2 rookies, and I think we can clearly see why these rookies are on the tour. They've got great technique, and the headspace you have to be in that steep, steep section right out of the gate, no warm-up turns, is really impressive.
Yeah, so Jenna popping a little double into that couloir, hopefully using the wall. Yeah, using the wall to manage her speed there, just playing with that sunshade line. So beautiful here in the Spanish Pyrenees as she's heading across. There is an option here to air through the rocks.
Yes.
Wow, cool line there for Jenna Keller, and no, she's down. Well, so challenging for these riders. And Jenna going for a slide there. Needs to get her feet underneath, but not too quickly so it doesn't push her into the tumbles that we've seen some other riders taking.
Oh, heartbreaking. She had such a great top.
Yeah, just so hard to stop yourself.
Yeah.
And the pesky drone there following her, just bzz, bzz. Jenna's okay, waving her arms. That is the last rider in the ski women's field. This La Bamba face taking no prisoners today, proving both sides of the venue equally challenging. And watching that happen to Jenna, I think gives you some context of how well the riders who did manage to do that handled it.
Exactly.
I love this feature at the top.
So cool. You can really see that great technique. She said she really looks up to Jess Hodder, and you can see similar riding styles between the 2 girls.
Just got a bit inside there. Uncharacteristic for a ski instructor to just lose balance to the inside, but it's so hard to stay balanced. Look how rowdy this is. Jenna hopping into that chute, picking up speed, trying to control it, and then, yeah, just trying to get the skis across the fall line. And once you have the speed, you can't get rid of it, so you either have to commit to it all the way down. It's big emotions at the bottom. Justine Dufour-Lapointe.
Oh, hello, ma poule. Oh, merci, je suis trop contente. Oh,
she is.
All right, well, we are going to take a look here at the final standings in ski women, Hadley.
We've got Justine on the top. She said she's very content, very happy. Astrid right behind her. Zuzana Vitek with great technical skiing, and Chloe, the rookie, number 4, followed by Ariana Tricomi, back on the tour, 3 titles under her. Really impressive adaptability between all these athletes, the way they were changing.
Yeah, big time, and quite a diverse top 5 there. Some rookies, some heroes. As we look at our top 3 there, some very happy women. Justine Dufour-Lapointe, Astrid Cheylus, and Zuzana Vitek. The top 3 women at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. The moment where Justine realizes she's taken the win. The emotions just come pouring out. Incredible action here from the ski women's category. This is where we sit overall. Very similar to the event standings. Justine Dufour-Lapointe now leading the charge with 10,000 points. Astrid in second. She's hunting that title. She was second last year. Zuzana Vitek, Chloe Hare, the rookie, sitting in the top 5, and Ari Tricomi, the cut line, sitting just below, or just above Lily Bradley. Again, that's effectively meaningless at this time of the season. We still have 4 more events to go, and lots of time for redemption for the riders who didn't have their day today. All right, well, that's going to do it for ski women, as we have 1 more category to go in the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025 well underway as we come back to you with Snow Women. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live in Spain for the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, and we are into our final category of the day. It's the Snowboard Women. They've been waiting at the summit for their time to shine on this face. I'm Derek Boos. I'm joined here by Hadley Hammer. We are keeping you up to date with the action, and here's who we're looking at.
Again, we've got Ana Martinez starting us off with the Snowboard Women, followed by the local favorite. You can't forget Erin, the last year's winner, and finishing off with Estelle Reziolio. We'll get that name right by the end of the season. It's a stacked field, and we're excited to see what happens.
Yeah, a diverse field of women, a lot of different backgrounds in snowboarding coming all together here at the Freeride World Tour. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. It is almost an even tie. Nuria Castan-Baron, the home rider, with 69%. Ana Martinez, the French shredder, with 67%, tied with Erin Sauvé out of Red Mountain. 67% of you feel that she is going to land on the podium today. That is your current and reigning Freeride World Tour champion. All three of those women vying for the title here of the winner of the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. They are the last category of the day. The categories order random. So sometimes you get to drop first, sometimes you have to drop last. Whichever way it goes, I'm sure in your Freeride World Tour career, Hadley, you had some times that you were really stoked on dropping order, and other times where you're like, well, got to do it.
For sure, you have to be adaptable, and you see the strength when you have to drop last. It's a mental game.
All right, well, the first rider out of the gate is going to be our bronze medalist in the overall last year, Ana Martinez, riding out of Chamonix, came at a border cross as a kid and then introduced to freeride and loved it. Ana Martinez now on this extremely steep top section of the La Bamba face.
You can tell she's from Chamonix and she's comfortable in that steep terrain, 53 degrees at the top. Able to catch air and still maintain great control, great board movement. She's so strong.
Yeah, Ana Martinez, a former Freeride world champion, former Freeride junior world champion. So many junior world champs in this World Tour field. And Ana popping another feature up top. This couloir is getting more and more difficult to ride. Ana kind of studies under the wing of four-time Freeride world champion Marion Erti there in Chamonix, and you can see the style there. She's so comfortable in the steeps.
Exactly. Marion's done such an incredible job passing the success she's had to all of the women around her. She really wants to elevate snowboarding, and specifically female snowboarding, all across the world, and you see it coming out so quickly in riders like Ana. She's so confident. She's got great smooth speed moving out of this couloir that really hung up quite a few riders.
I mean, she was having to bypass the body holes from Tom Pfeiffer and Elizabeth Gerritsen, who both tumbled out of there. And Ana Martinez now into this section of the face where it does get a little bit easier, but the snow's still tricky. We saw our first rider of the day in the snowboard men's field, Conrad Niven, struggling in this section because the snow's quite variable. You never exactly know what it's going to be from turn to turn.
Exactly, and she's making quick work of that middle section and on her way to the far rider's left side of the venue, where again she's able to take a few more hits, get a few more pops, and just continue to build her score.
Yeah, Ana Martinez making short work of this face, getting another air. That transition from bright to dark and back to bright, I mean, your pupils are having to dilate to adjust. Hopefully you got the right goggle lens. I don't know what the right lens is when it's dark and bright. At the same time, you need a photochromatic one. So Ana Martinez now on this. You can see there are sections of the face where the snow is still really nice.
Yeah, and she's found a beautiful rider. You can see she's working her way through the bushy and rocky section and very aware of how much the snow is changing.
Well, Ana Martinez now entering the lower section of the La Bamba face. She has stacked this run with features. All of them adding to the line score. 5 categories for the judges. Line standing at the top of those. The difficulty of your line is what makes or breaks the rest of the score. As Ana Martinez definitely opting for a challenging line. One more feature there just before the finish, and she is through the arch and down. the relief that just washes over a rider when they come through that finish line.
Well, it feels so good. First Snowboard Women down, really showing such strong riding, such strength. Look at this technique in 53-degree face. She's able to move the board, put it where she wants, and stay really strong on her feet. You can see that CrossFit background that she has. She's a powerful rider, and it really shows.
Yeah, physically strong, mentally strong. I mean, just the mental fortitude to be able to be up there all day. You know, the riders were helicoptered to within about a 10-minute hike of the face, but that 10 minutes was terrifying. You know, a harness and fixed rope required to get up to the summit. So to be up there all day and then lace a run like that, that's such a strong mental game for Anna Martinez, the young French rider. Showing why she was on the podium in the overall last year at the Freeride World Tour, as she now waits for the judges. The judges are going to set the bar for the category with this score. And then the other riders are going to be looking to maximize. So 72.67 as Anna Martinez moves into the hot seat for Snowboard Women. It's always tricky when you're the first one because there's no one to chat to in the finish area. Well, Anna, your work is done as we move on back up to the top of the Snowboard Women's field, stacked and ready to go. This next rider, a local favorite from right here in Spain, Nuria Castan-Baron, second overall, Goofy Foot, riding out of right here in Spain. And Nuria, 27 years old, she goes so hard. She's got a couple of wins on the tour, and she is looking to back that up this year.
Yeah, 5 years on the tour. She's going to show us what her experience does, how that plays out. You can see she's really working her way to that snowboarding rider's left part of the ridge.
Wow. I mean, just hanging on by that toe side edge. So much exposure below her. But Nuria, a little mountain goat, so comfortable in these really gnarly situations.
Which is incredibly impressive considering that she comes from a coastal village in Spain. Her family does not have a mountain background. She really pioneered this for her family, and you can tell that she's just not afraid to be in the mountains, billy goating around.
Yeah, billy goating is right. She's got to do a couple toe side hops to get up and over, way over to the rider's left. We haven't seen many athletes get into this zone, and Nuria working for it. You know, fluidity, one of the categories, but I don't think we'll see too much dock for that because that was really the only way you could get over there on a snowboard.
Exactly. I think this is really smart veteran riding, finding a new line, finding fresh snow. You've assumed that there's all the competition ahead of you. Oh no, not able to hold it after that first entrance cliff.
Well, and that cliff is so committing because it's at the very top of that section of the face, and it stays steep. I mean, you can see there by the way her heel side edge is dug in and the angle of her body, how steep it is.
She's regained control, making her way back down, showing that she's a confident, strong rider through this terrain.
So as this chute opens up wider, we see the shape of Nuria's turns also opening up wider. She picks up pace, a little bit of a heel side speed check there. I mean, the speed comes at you so fast. We saw some of the riders that fell over here. They slid and slid because the snow is quite firm under the board. So Nuria now getting a big head of speed as she's going to come onto the shoulder into the lower section. This is where they can breathe and relax, so you can see the angle change. It's much less steep.
Exactly, and the ride's not over for her. She had the bobble at the top, but she still has to stay focused towards the bottom end. She has some work to make up, and I think she'll find some more hits. As you see, she's taking that high line up that shoots you into the little rocky section.
So goofy footer, that means she's riding right foot forward on the snowboard, airing into this lower chute. So Nuria, she's definitely not done. As you said, she had that slide, but still finding plenty of other, oh no, that's almost the same place we saw Conrad go down. The snow changes rapidly, goes from kind of nice powder into a bit of a dense wind-blown crust.
Nuria, yeah, making her way down to the finish. I think she'll get to the finish line as quick as she can and finish up this first run, and we know that the entire country of Spain is rooting for her.
Looks like she's favoring that left arm. So somewhere along the way, something happened to the left arm of Nuria. This top bit is just so incredibly steep and technical.
So committing, you have those rocks that are just waiting to catch your edge.
Yeah, I think that's a goofy foot only move to be on the toe side edge for Nuria. So get in this air and then just, oh, the nose of her board went under the snow and just stopped her feet absolutely dead and then sent Nuria for a slide there, going head over heels. I like this one, straight off the nose and then controlling the speed with that heel side turn.
You can really see her strength as a rider, and you can also see the variability of the snow, which we'll see here.
Yeah, it just bucked. There was something under the snow that kicked up, and Nuria going down again. And you can almost see the plates of the crust popping up off the surface. So they're set in there, and you dig an edge underneath it, and then it just grabs and stops your feet. And it's like hitting a tripwire just down before you can even blink. So not the day for Nuria Castambaron. Hopefully her arm's all right. Checking for blood on the face. I mean, this is a serious sport. The rider's wearing full protective equipment. So she's going to be in second right now, but Nuria, you can tell, just disappointed with that one, as she was hoping for more on the face. Challenging conditions for the riders here in Spain. Nuria, even yesterday, saying this is kind of classic Pyrenees snow. It's difficult, and you've got to be able to handle 17 different kinds of snow from the top to the bottom.
Exactly, and now we have such strong light changes. They're in the dark for the whole top section. They've really got to commit to the sun to get to that sun line. And
all right, back up we go. Audrey Hebert winning the Challenger Series in North America, Region 2, riding out of Banff, 18 years in Banff. She's done a couple seasons on the Freeride World Tour before in 2017 and 18, and then was really enjoying the qualifiers. She's definitely a leader in the freeride community in North America. And you can see why such board control. Using that heel side edge, we saw Victor de la Rue do the same thing to slow down. You have to slow down on this upper section of the face.
Yeah, she said she's really coming back on the tour, new season, feeling much more prepared, in a much better headspace, feeling like she understands the sport.
Yeah, she had a kind of a rapid rise from qualifiers through the Freeride World Tour in her first go-around, and she said it kind of took her by surprise. There's a lot going on at this level, and more mature and a lot more comfortable. Audrey getting herself above a serious chunk of terrain, and once again using that heel side edge to slow down.
Great controlled riding there. She really knows how to put the brakes on, and that's key in this venue if you want to make it in this top third section where it's so steep and mistakes are really high consequence.
Yeah, they've been punished harshly so far today. Audrey getting another little feature before coming into the long apron section here, moving on the heel side edge across the face. A lot of riders you see crossing from riders right to riders left on this face. A lot more of the features on the rider's left side at the bottom are riding a little bit better. Snow conditions are a little bit easier to manage. So Audrey now just trying to get through this section that we've seen kind of gobble up a few other snowboarders through the day.
Exactly. At this point, the sun's been on the side of the mountain for a long time. It's changing the textures. It's getting a little bit more grabby, but Audrey's showing that it's no problem for her as she makes her way to that next feature.
Yeah, safe and sound through that field of broken dreams that has taken down a few great runs before. And Audrey now into the steep part of the couloir. It ramps back up again quickly, the intensity. Popping off of that feature, slowing down. Powder cloud there, a little face shot.
Impressive when you can find the good snow as one of the last riders of the day.
Yeah, Audrey the POW hunter. Now coming into this windlet, this thing's got some kick with the method and holding on again. The balance, cat-like reflexes to stay upright on her board. Audrey Hebert now, she's not done yet as there's more features down below. She's going to get right off the nose of that one, reconnecting again perfectly. Finding transition is so critical because some of these landings, the tide goes out fast and it gets super flat very quickly.
Oh, what a great run by Audrey. You know, she said Shannon Yates, who's a long time freeride dominator, is one of her heroes, and you can see the influence in her riding.
Yeah, strong technique. She was saying she's pretty comfortable riding hard snow. Sometimes in Banff, it's not powder. So looking back here at the replay, the top of Audrey's run, so steep.
Yeah, she really knows how to use that heel side edge to shut it down, to get control again.
Yeah, and then this section, she's just right in the heart of the beast, popping fall line, putting the board on edge, heel side, making sure that she has control before she moves into the couloir. We lost sight of her in her run there, but really solid riding from Audrey.
Really great, and it doesn't stop. She really took advantage, got a little face shot even at the end, and she lined and stacked features throughout her entire run, didn't let a single cliff go by that she wasn't going to hit.
Yeah, and she was saying she felt a lot more comfortable coming in this year. The method, that is this skier's favorite snowboard trick. I love that. And one more feature there, fall line connecting in between the rocks. We saw that rock cause a little bit of trouble to Zuzana Vitek earlier, but Audrey seemed to know exactly where it was. Yeah, she said earlier she feels comfortable with visual inspection. She'd had her time on the tour before. So Audrey Hibert, the Canadian rider, there, the score coming up 68-67, so slotting in just behind Ana Martinez.
I think second. Yeah, good job.
Great riding from the Canadian.
Yeah, really solid debut run for her second debut on the Freeride World Tour. So we're making our way just over halfway through the Snowboard Women's field. Back up, we got a rookie here ready to go for France, riding regular foot out of Val Thorens. So she's going to be going home for the next event. Another rider studying under Marion Erti from just gaining that experience, and another rider very comfortable in extremely steep and consequential terrain.
She's so strong in terrain, which is really impressive because her background is slopestyle. So she's got that steep, really technical riding, but I think we're going to see a lot of tricks out of her this season.
Yeah, riding on the French freestyle team, so she's really comfortable in the air, comfortable in this kind of terrain as well. And, you know, I think sometimes the freestyle riders are a bit under... Whoa, a 360 in the middle of the face. Little splash of powder there, probably stuck it. So Noemi, with a real strong start to this, pulling a trick in the most consequential part of the face and just controlling her speed. You know, when you get that board pointed down for too long, the speed comes up so quickly. It's really steep up there.
Yeah, we saw even Victor in this section really struggling to keep that speed under control, really having to rely on that heel side edge, and she's making these beautiful arcing turns all the way down. Yes, another air to finish off the couloir, holding strong. You see that strength, you see that preparation she has in the gym really paying off here.
Well, Noemi cooking now, flying across this flat section. She's going to transition from the shade out into the sunshine.
Well, nice technique that we're seeing, and real commitment to the fall line while maintaining great control.
Yeah, holding on to that heel side edge as she makes her way. Now this lower section of the face, the intensity ramps up quickly. There's a big feature underneath Noemi now as she's going to move across and getting right over top, popping directly over the rocks, controlling the speed again. Great board control. I was saying some slopestyle athletes I think are a bit underappreciated for how good they are on their edges and how technical. Catching another one there. So really ramping up the line score and bringing some speed into the run.
Exactly. This is a fast run. It's a committed run. It's a really fluid run from the French rider.
You can see some parts of the snowpack kind of glowing there. A lot of different snow conditions. Noemi just dodging that rock on the bottom, getting on the toe side, pointing herself towards that Freeride World Tour finish arch as she is almost there, and she's through the finish, down and safe. A strong run from the young French rookie, Noemi Aki, just trying to catch her breath now.
Catching her breath and smiling. She should feel really happy with this run.
Yeah, we'll take a look back here. The top section, very technical, strong riding directly over her board.
Adding in that Aaron style right in the middle section. A little bit of a speed check afterwards, but the commitment to make a spin there is impressive.
Yeah, and then taking that one straight over the rock face, super fall line, controlling the speed where she needed to, letting it run where she could. So a really, really strong run. You know, for Noemi to get down there and see her good friend and riding partner, riding buddy, Anna Martinez sitting in the hot seat. The two French girls definitely showing how strong the French freeride snowboard community is. Goggles back on, looking straight into the sun.
Two friends patiently waiting. I'm sure Marion is at home as well.
Yeah, she's going to be fired up. Her two young proteges both absolutely lighting it up here on this La Bamba face. The Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. The judges getting to work now. You know, they're comparing the runs to the criteria, also comparing the runs to each other to see how they're going to rank them. Such great support from these athletes for each other. They just have such a good time together. They care so deeply about each other and the runs, you know, and you can always hear them kind of trading compliments at the bottom.
Yeah, and sometimes these 30 seconds, 1 minute at the bottom can feel longer than your entire run waiting for that score.
Oh yeah, the intent. Every second is like a minute of any other time. The intensity just ramping up. As you see these two young French women both just lace their runs here on La Bamba. Now we wait for the judges to have their say. Snowboard women, the fourth category of the day here in Spain, as the judges have spoken. The score coming in, and it's up at 76. The rookie into first. A huge hug for her good friend, Anna Martinez, as Noemi Aki moving herself into the hot seat after her first ever Freeride World Tour run.
That is a way to start your season.
All right, well, the Movistar hot seat getting a new occupant there, as does the start gate. This really shows how steep it is up at the top. Noemi Iki, Anna Martinez, Audrey Hebert, that is your top three so far, but we are nowhere near done. The Freeride World Tour champion, Erin Sauvé, riding out of Red Mountain, Roslyn, BC. Her first year on the tour last year, a rapid upward curve. One crash, and then it was podium, podium, win, win, win. Incredible riding we saw last year from Erin Sauvé. And we'll see what she has for us on the La Bamba face. You can hear the board on the snow. Such difficult conditions at the top at the end of the day.
Yeah, really just with each rider taking more and more snow off, it's more challenging for the ones that come after them. But Erin's also choosing to head a little bit further over, find some fresh snow, but also really committed places to be.
Yeah, I think it's extremely challenging for these regular foot riders to be on their heel side, moving this direction on the face, airing into the core. A good start to properly get things moving now for Erin Sauvé. She's so strong over her board. Snow conditions are tricky, so we'll see what Erin Sauvé can make of this left-hand couloir.
It's always interesting to come into the season as the winner of the previous season. You kind of have a target on your back, and handling that pressure is just one more thing to add to the list of things to manage.
Yeah, super different pressure than it was for Erin last year, coming on as a rookie with no real expectations, and now this one is looking like a bit tricky for Erin, especially on that heel side turn. We've seen the board kind of bounce out from underneath her feet a couple of times. The snow gets a little better as you get lower in the couloir, and Erin Sauvé now kind of finding her feet and finding her movement through this bottom section of the upper part of the face.
Yeah, we're starting to see her textbook strong, clean riding as she's made her way down lower into the venue.
Yeah, Erin made a big splash last year, especially in the back half of the season, hitting some cliffs that we didn't see any other snowboard women wanting anything to do with. And, you know, again, we talked about this in some other categories. She might be operating on the slow burn principle, right? Just get your feet underneath you, kind of dip your toes in the water of the Freeride World Tour. With 5 events before the cut, you can definitely afford a throwaway. So for some riders, especially if they had some issues at the top, they just want to get down safe and they can move on to Val Thorens and Kicking Horse and on through the season.
Exactly, and Erin's not done yet. She's going to take advantage of these last features and finding new takeoffs and really probably searching for some good soft landings that aren't too chewed up.
Yeah, and already looking way more comfortable over her board in this lower section, as it's not so smashed by other riders, and also just a little bit less steep. You know, she said last year, riding at Red Mountain, they have steeps, but nothing like the Beck, although she handled that like an absolute, well, a champion. As Erin Sauvé now coming to the last couple of features on the lower section of this La Bamba face.
Yeah, she's finding her way down. Again, finding smooth snow. I think the key here is looking for snow that you can make nice turns in and not have those last hang-ups when you're 500 meters of riding and your legs are toast.
The sigh tells the whole story there for Erin Sauvé. Yeah, she got a little hung up in these rocks, but managed it really nicely, and then moving across, trying to just get rid of speed before she runs into the wall on the other side of that chute.
Yeah, you can see it. As we said, her riding started to improve the further down she went. You can get that confidence building as the ride goes down. She was able to find some last features towards the bottom of the venue, and I think this will help build her score and also just help build her mental game for the stops to come.
Yeah, for the remainder of the Freeride World Tour, you got to have confidence to do this, and the conditions definitely hard to be confident in. You could even see there on that toe side turn, only the edge biting in. There's no sinking into the snow of the snowboard there.
Just like couldn't get my heel edge in.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. 59 points there for Erin Sauvé. So sliding in behind Audrey Hibbert, and she is into 4th for last year's Freeride World Tour champion. She said there, couldn't get the heel side edge in, and that really reflects kind of what we saw a couple times, the heel side turn bouncing out from under her. We fly back up La Bamba for one last time today. This is our final, oh no, this is absolutely not our final rider of the day. This is our second last rider of the day. This is Australian shredder, Michaela Davis-Meehan, regular foot rider. She is Australian, riding out of Revelstoke. She's got a win on the Freeride World Tour at Kicking Horse, and she would dearly love to repeat that on this big, nasty face in Spain.
Yeah, she's so lovely, so welcoming, but you can tell she wants to win. She wants to take this title.
Oh yeah, Michaela burns for it, and we've often seen a kind of roller coaster ride of results with her. She'll win one and then crash in one, win one. She's certainly got what it takes on the board to win. She's extremely talented in the air on her snowboard. That was a tough turn there. The snow just falls away from the riders. There's so many changes in pitch and direction of pitch on this face. You put a turn in just the wrong place and the snow just falls away. We saw that there from Michaela as she's making her way down here, sliding on the heel side.
Exactly. I think it's underrated how many different variabilities there are in big mountain riding. You have changes of snow, changes of light, changes of aspect, changes of angles, and you can tell it's really a challenge, especially when you lose the light and you can't see those deviations, you can't see the changes.
Yeah, and I would say in Michaela's skill set, she really lights up in powder. I mean, not that we all don't, but that is where her riding gets so strong, because she can take those huge airs and add those tricks that she's got at her disposal. When the conditions are like this, it's definitely a little bit more challenging. And every rider has their superpower, right? And for Michaela, I think that's it. And this one is going to be an event to get through and find the one where the superpower can really come to the forefront.
Exactly. That's a really good strategy for riders, that you got to lean into your strength when you're on the tour. And if you try to deviate too much from that while in competition, it often doesn't end so well. Michaela making her way down, getting through again that that tough snow that ate a lot of the other snowboarders, the previous riders, and she's heading down, finding some features that she can use for the bottom of her run.
Yeah, there's plenty more here. You have that long flat section, and then the terrain pitches over again. You see it's got that beautiful light on it, and it's glowing, but you can see her board twitching all over the place. So Michaela coming into this wind lip, we haven't seen many other riders using this, popping up and over.
You can tell she's itching for a place to throw a trick in this terrain, and it's just really, really challenging with the snow.
Yeah, Michaela right off the nose of that one and bolts directly over top of the board. Now kind of letting off the reins a little bit, picking up some speed, getting on the toe side and carving over towards the finish arch, and done and dusted for Michaela Davis-Meehan, the Aussie rider. Such a great attitude, always smiling.
Yeah, even after 10 years, I knew almost no one, and she was the first person to say hello to me. Just super nice. Again, we can see her in this top section, trying to keep the control, having a few times where she's sitting down, and I'm sure she watched a lot of the other riders before her, and I bet that was in her head.
Yeah, and we heard from Erin Sauvé too, it's so hard to get that heel edge in. We saw her lose the heel side edge there again. You know, you pick up a bit of speed, you try to get it all the way across the fall line, and it just starts to skip and bounce, and to stay balanced over it, especially when both feet are attached to one board, is so difficult. And that, you know, the undulating terrain there, that one bump just kind of kicked the board right out from under her feet. There's no fixing that.
Yeah, it's like trying to use a butter knife to cut a steak. It's pretty challenging and difficult game to play.
This one I liked a lot, getting the grab, landing right over her feet. So you get the glimpses of what's possible there, what the potential of the rider is. So high potential for Michaela Davis-Meehan, but that was a tough one. I mean, it's getting harder and harder to ride this face as she's looking back up at it, seeing all the spots where things were challenging. The score coming in, Naomi Aki right now on 76.51 for Michaela. That's going to be good enough for 5th so far for the Aussie. One last little laugh about it, and she's going to head off. Her day is done, and safe and sound at the finish is a huge accomplishment on a day like today.
Totally.
Things are challenging. Noemi Aki, Anna Martinez, Audrey Hebert. That is your top 3. The world champ sitting in 4th right now, Erin Sauvé. And now the final rider of the day, Estelle Rizzolio. She's been waiting all day long for this. She is a DJ at home, rides out of Chamonix, working on code in her spare time. Incredible rider. She's got a bit of a checkers or wreckers approach to snowboarding. We always see her going for it. And I think, you know, being from Chamonix, you could see that jump turn. Not afraid in the big terrain.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people that want to put a turn right there and can commit to that turn. You can see her comfortability right now immediately in that steep terrain really shine.
Yeah, so Estelle finding a couple little pockets in this patch or in this section where the snow has been difficult for other riders, but she's getting that board around, trying to dig the heel side edge in to get a little bit of torsion on the board, and just hung up right at the edge of the cliff, but finds a nice clean exit, picking up a little bit of speed. She's going to need to manage it because it just keeps rolling over and getting steeper and steeper here.
Yeah, she managed that well. She got through that, and wow, we could really see on that close-up shot how hard it is to get to the board, the edge of the board into the snow. We see her lining up the next shoot, again, controlling her speed, making great, concise turns, and now committing to the fall line.
Mandatory air out of there. Estelle getting bounced, but back on her feet, rolling to switch for a second. So really tricky over there. And that mandatory air, it forces you to drop off the little cliff, but then you're stuck pointing straight down the hill, and the speed, like the acceleration, is almost exponential. You pick up speed so quickly, and Estelle doing her best to manage, but it's also not smooth under there.
No, it's not this smooth ramp. They're not on the piste. This is not a groomed run. They have to deal with a lot of tricky snow that's coming at them, and you can see Estelle, she is still able to recover quickly. She spends a lot of time on a skateboard, and I think that always shows well in both skiers and riders in the way that they maintain balance.
Yeah, I love watching riders that have crossover sports, seeing the other sport kind of bleed into their style in this one, and the skate style for Estelle, that's kind of her aesthetic, and it totally shows in her riding. Finding another feature, Estelle Rosolio, the last rider of the day, Snowboard Women, wrapping up the final category. And Estelle is just looking to put her stamp on the bottom part of this face. It's so long. She's been riding, and her legs are burning, but there's still plenty more to go and lots of options. All these riders, you know, visual inspection only, so they're finding their way through the face.
Yeah, and looks like she's having a great time at the bottom of this run, popping off her board, really moving well, and not letting a single feature go by that she's not hitting.
No feature goes unhit on the Freeride World Tour as Estelle Rosolio just waiting to complete the final section. The finish arch is in sight. She's getting so close. The legs are burning, but she has wrapped it up. And that is the final rider of the day for the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar here in Spain. And she's
smiling.
Yeah, she's smiling. That's a
She is smiling. I mean, it's a feat in your own to be the last rider of the day. She's been up since 6 a.m. like all the other riders, and you can tell that she's still strong. She's still able to take this top section with these super committing turns and keeping the speed under control. You can see here she is in that committing section, and this is where those bobbles start to come in. It's so hard to make it through there, but she's really quickly back on her feet, working through, and she wasted no time in making sure that she had every possible air she could in the bottom third of the venue.
Yeah, you can see on the video judge bars, control down a little bit. Didn't really hinder her fluidity much, and the line score quite high for Estelle Rosolio. She picked about the most difficult way down that she could, and relatively fluid through it, but she is smiling and waving at the bottom. Right now we have 2 French riders and a Canadian on the podium. We'll see if Estelle is going to have a say in the mix there. It's a 62-4th, just outside that top 3 for Estelle Rosolio, but still a solid result, and a big hug there for Noemi Aki as she has just realized a dream. Her first start in a Freeride World Tour comp, and she wins it.
That is a content, happy French smile right there. Again, you see Noemi Aki taking the top. Right behind her, her great friend, another French rider, Anna Martinez in second, and Audrey Hebert in third, back on the tour and showing that she deserves to be here.
Yeah, and a few big hitters, heavy hitters, a little bit lower down in the ranking. The conditions proven to be challenging for the riders, and that, I think, goes across all 4 categories. Lots of riders really struggling with the snow, finding the right line, finding the right aspect to be able to deliver a solid Freeride World Tour run here as we are gathering the riders together for the Snowboard Women's Flower Ceremony. There we go. There's your 3 podium finishers.
They are looking happy.
Thanks for staying up and watching. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to agree. Shout out to all the riders in North America that are watching this live stream, waking up in the middle of the night and joining us here.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot going on. All right, well, here we go. This is what it's done to the overall rankings. Similar to the event rankings, Noemi Aki now leading the Freeride World Tour. She'll be taking that golden bib from here and going home with it to Val Thorens. We've got her good friend Anna Martinez and Audrey Hebert. That's your top 3 on the Freeride World Tour for Snowboard Women after stop number 1 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Done and dusted, and what a show we've had on this La Bamba face. It's been absolutely incredible. All 4 categories delivering fireworks and serious challenges for the rider on this brand new face. What a show we had here. The Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Fireworks from top to bottom. Hadley, it was a challenging day for the riders on this face.
It was a challenging day. Totally different conditions, totally different light. So many features, a brand new face for everyone. It really shows that you have to be on it, you have to be flexible, and we saw some really great riding irregardless.
Yeah, now's your opportunity to have your say. Vote for the Rider of the Day, freerideworldtour.com. You need to log in. You need to vote for who got your juices flowing, who got you fired up. All 4 categories are in play. Snowboard women, snowboard men, ski women, ski men. Whoever you love today, whoever you want to see win Rider of the Day, log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote for the Rider of the Day. Wow. Okay, well, we have just seen an incredible show here. We saw riders not holding back at all. We saw some riders going a slightly more conservative approach. The strategies were all over the place, honestly. I think a lot of riders were really trying to figure it out, and we saw everything. The 4 categories just delivering fireworks today.
Yeah, totally. You saw rookies really making their mark. You saw the veterans showing that they have the experience to adjust and ski and ride how they should. Winners, losers. It was such a nice show. So nice to be back here and nice to see that the freeride spirit is alive and well. We're really looking forward to the rest of the season.
Yeah, the freeride spirit lives in the Pyrenees, and we have, you know, a huge event coming next year, the FIS Freeride World Championships, for the first time ever, coming to Andorra.
My goal since I started freeriding was to become world champion.
The first ever FIS Freeride World Championships is coming to Ordino Arcalis, Andorra in February 2026.
There's more on the line than anything can happen. As a rider, you feel the magnitude of that and just want to add to the legacy.
World's best freeriders will compete for the prestigious title of Freeride World Champion in a one-run format where everything is at stake. With riders competing for their countries in 4 thrilling competitions: ski men, ski women, snowboard men and snowboard women. This marks a groundbreaking chapter in freeride history. This is where legends will rise. This is the FIS Freeride World Championships.
Well, that's a look at what's at stake there. Riders from nations across the globe vying to qualify into the FIS Freeride World Championships for the first time ever. Hadley, it's going to be so exciting this year.
It will be. Thanks for letting me join you. It's so nice to be back and so great to see that the Freeride World Tour is still delivering high action and high quality skiing.
All right, well, that's it for us for the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar here in Spain. We are moving on to Val Thorens in France, and we cannot wait to see you there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are stoked to be here.
Taking a big chunk out of this one.
The first time the Freeride World Tour has been here.
Big Becky, landing it clean.
This place is insane. So much fun.